Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's Rule Development Workshop, which has been scheduled today for the purpose of discussing School Board Policy JIC, Code of Student Conduct for the 2023-24 school year. After the Rule Development Workshop, we will also be having a work session on Policy BEDH Pilot Program for public comment. Board members are attending both in person and telephonically, so let me take a quick roll call. Vice Chair Gallo?
Present.
Member Salamanca?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Member Farrant?
I'm here.
Thank you. Member Gould?
Present.
Thank you, Member Gould. Member Felder will be joining us shortly. Dr. Casterdental, do we have a status? I know she's not here right now. Okay. If she checks in, let the minutes reflect it when she does. Member Byrd.
Good morning, Chair.
And, of course, myself. So we do have a physical quorum. And also, I want to remind board members and the public that board members won't be engaging in outside electronic or digital communication during the meeting, so we can focus all of our attention on the business in front of us. To my fellow board members and staff, when speaking, please make sure your microphone is turned on and speak directly and closely into the microphone so our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. The school board will only be hearing public comments on the school board policy aforementioned. Because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting, there will be no pre-agenda period in which the public would normally be able to address the board on other topics that are not on the agenda. Should you wish to address school board on another topic, please do so at the next regularly scheduled school board meeting. Okay. Wondering, do we have any members of the public?
No, Madam Chair, we don't have any
Okay.
callers or any speaker cards.
All right. So we will then move right on to the Rule Development Workshop, beginning with, as I said, School Board Policy JIC, Code of Student Conduct. And I will turn the floor over to Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels like we haven't been here in a
We
month.
can't hear you.
It feels like we haven't been here in a month, so it's great to see all of you nicely rested. We are here this morning to look at our Code of Student Conduct. We have had several meetings, have gathered feedback from various stakeholders, and we are here to present our final draft for the upcoming school year. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Korn.
Good morning, school board members. Is this on? Good morning, school board members and Chair Jacobs. We are here today for the Rule Development Workshop for Policy JIC, specifically the Code of Student Conduct. The agenda today is that we're going to go over the timeline, the summary of actions, proposed revisions, next steps, and then we will have question and discussion. The schedule has been that this went to Cabinet on May 15th. The work session was June 20th. The Rule Development Workshop today is July 18th. It will be going in front of the school board for approval on August 1st, 2023. It's important to note that we had originally advertised for board approval on June 27th. However, based on schedules, it is now on August 1st. And if it is determined effective by the school board on August 1st, it will be effective upon approval by the school board.
Thank you. And before we move on, let the record reflect that both Member Casterdental and Member Felder have joined us.
The purpose today is that there are no proposed revisions to Policy JIC as the policy itself. However, there are proposed revisions to the 2023-2024 Code of Student Conduct to comply with new legislation and new rules. The Code of Conduct is incorporated into Policy JIC, and therefore it is required to go through the rulemaking process. Revisions have been made to the existing Code of Student Conduct, language to include content, formatting, and terminology edits consistent with statutory language. We will also be pointing out today approximately 7 other non-substantive scrivener's errors that we want to make sure the board is aware of that will be changed before it is published for the school board meeting. And with that, we are going to now move over to the red line.
All the way to the top.
Before we get started, Chair Jacobs and School Board, I am asking, do you want us to go through a certain portion and then open it up for comments as we did last time, or do you want us to go through the entire document? We want to make sure that we receive all of the comments and.
Here's my suggestion, and I'll certainly take advice from the board on this, but since we've been through this and we know what we expect in terms of changes that would be incorporated, my suggestion is you all keep moving, but when I see that any board member has pressed their button, at that time, I'll interrupt you as politely as possible, pause, or I'll find the next logical place to pause, and we'll come back, rather than stopping every page or every section. Does that work? Okay. And if for some reason I am not paying close enough attention to the board in front of me, my colleagues to the left and right, if you happen to look up here and see I've missed something, you are entitled not to kick me under the dais, because I did have foot surgery and I wouldn't appreciate that. No, so you can slap me on the arm. Okay. No, so I'll do my best. I know sometimes I miss that. So, and you all can also just wave or something if I miss it. But I'll do my best to pay attention to you and pay attention to them. Okay? We got a plan? Good. All right, let's go.
Before we get started, I'd also like to introduce Mr. Mickey Joyner, who is our Director of Discipline. We also have Delilah Hernandez from the Discipline Office here today, and Sarah Kopesky, our attorney that handles ESE matters, who will also be here and available for questions. And
I hate to do this to you, Ms. Corrin. These mics are, for anybody watching us, you just about have to be making physical contact with the mic. So, and I know it's very hard when you have a laptop in front of you, but
It's
thank
okay.
you.
I've pulled it closer. Is this better?
Yes, thank you. And one quick question we had, Ms. Emval, I believe you'll be buzzing in for Member Gold. Thank you. Okay.
All right. So as I was just saying then, now that I'm in the microphone, I wanted to make sure, and I would be remiss if I did not also introduce Mr. Mickey Joyner, who is our Director of Discipline. Sarah Kopesky is here as our attorney for ESE, and also Delilah Hernandez, an area administrator, is also here today to answer questions if necessary. Ms. Joyner will be presenting the non-legal portions of the code this morning.
Thank you. And one other quick question. I should know this, but is it Dr. Joyner?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Not so great. Sorry. I don't think it's that the mic. I think it's just
What about now?
much better.
All right, I'm going to start with page 2 of the code. It's just the year change from 2022 to 2022-24. Again, on page 5, we're going to have the year change. We also just have some minor changes where we added principal, guardian, and OCPS. Also, down at the bottom, the last bullet, we made a change. Instead of saying should, it's strongly encouraged. If you see someone doing something bad, you should strongly encourage them to say something to someone. You can also report changes to Fortify Florida through the Fortify Florida app on your school-based device, or going online to getfortify.com. On page 7, we had the code. We have the code offenses and consequences at a glance. As soon as the code is approved by the board, we will make the final changes to this page. Also, the same thing with the table of contents that goes from page 9 through page 13. Once the board approves the code, the table of content will reflect the correct page numbers. All right, on page 15, the introduction, we will have, again, the date change. We've added just some word changes. We rearranged it. Policy JIC, Code of Student Conduct. And then towards the bottom, we just took out the school board and we did board. Instead of writing out the Orange County Public School Code of Student Conduct, we're going to refer to it as the code. In this section in local parentheses, we added guardian.
So everywhere in the Code of Student Conduct, instead of it saying Code of Student Conduct, it will say code. Instead of school board, it will say board. And wherever it says parents, it will also say parents, guardians, so that there is continuity throughout the code.
All right, the same thing is occurring on page 19. We took out, we reworded board policy JRA student records, and then we also added guardians. On page 21, on the safe, positive, and receptive learning environment, to maintain behavior that enhance a positive learning environment, we remove decorum. Do you want to take page 23?
Yeah, I'll keep going. If we go to page 23, we have again just changed the formatting when it comes to stating the policy for policy JB for student discrimination. We have also changed the policy formatting for policy JB equal educational opportunities. That way the policy, referring to a policy in the Code of Student Conduct, has been changed throughout the policy so that it is uniform. We also added the Florida statutes, and then we changed that as well. Under bullying and harassment, we also define cessor, so that that is in there as well, instead of just saying cessor.
And Madam Chair, if I may, we have also, all the links, because our code is mostly online now, all the links are active, then they go right directly to the statute that we cite and to the policies and the federal law if it's quoted.
When it comes to the Code of Civility, again, we have just made parents and guardians formatted in the same way as we would for everything else. And for Code of Civility, as you go down on page 25, we have changed everything to say board property so that it is consistent throughout the policy as well. When we get to safe harbor, there had been a scrivener's error with a comma there, so we had just changed that to object which to make sure that it read better. And then when we get to participation in extracurricular activities, instead of saying Florida law, I have added the statute in there, and that statute has the direct link to the extracurricular activity statute for a parent that is looking at this online. And then in discussion, instead of saying on the bottom, the Director of Athletic Wellness and Services, because that title could change over time, it now says final determination of eligibility rests with the district administrator responsible for the supervision of athletics, so that we can make sure that whoever is in that role fits that without having to come back to the board. And then on the bottom, as Ms. Enval stated, it says board policy JJ, and that link will be active so that anyone that is reading this policy could link straight to the policy.
All right, on page 28, student dress. Again, at the top, we use OCPS instead of Orange County Public Schools. On 9, we've added that this includes clothing that obscures the visual identification of a person unless approved by the principal. The use of a medical mask worn for its intended purposes is permitted. Again, we've added that because kids were wearing masks to school, which made it difficult for the administration to see their face. All right, on page 30, which deals with transportation, number 7, it says must scan their RFID student ID or bus pass to enter or exit the bus upon issuance of the student RFID. And at the bottom, we took out mini buses, and it's just going to be installed on buses.
The next section, possession, use, and sale of controlled substances and alcohol. We did, again, change the formatting for the policy so it is consistent. In addition, we did update the links for the statutes in those sections. As we go down for simulated weapons, we also stated that Disciplinary action resulting from a student's clothing or accessories that depicts firearms or weapons shall be determined pursuant to the OCPS dress code, so that it is clear that this is not an arbitrary decision, but that any decisions regarding clothing are pursuant to the dress code. And then as we go down for violence against school employees, the statutory citations are also added in there as well.
All right, let's pause for a minute, and I'm going to remind you all again, I know how difficult it is to read and have the mic, but try to have it as close as you can. Let me go to Member Felder first.
Thank you. Good morning, thank you. I just want to, I think you probably have already said it, but I was writing. Could you go back to the, your code that dealt with discrimination? I think was it page 15?
I don't know where they're at. I don't believe that we got to the hate speech
Here it is,
section
right-
yet.
Oh, I saw 6, but discrimination, was that what you're talking about? No. You ain't gotten to that yet?
We have not gotten to the hate speech section yet, ma'am.
Oh, so the only discrimination I was writing while you were talking was that on sex discrimination, that part? Is that the only thing? I thought you said something else.
Yeah, I'm back at page 15. I'm back at page 15.
There is, yes, ma'am, on page 23, we do discuss student discrimination. That is just the required statement that states that how we define discrimination pursuant to the policy and how you can file a grievance, and that discusses that you should call Keshara Cowens, who is an attorney in our office. There is a section later on in the code regarding hate speech, and that also clarifies the policy again and states that if you violate the code in that section, that it is a violation of the Code of Student Conduct.
Okay, so that, the student discrimination has to do with if children can't participate in a certain activity or something? Is that what that's about?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
It would be
okay.
for anything where anyone alleges that there's been discrimination.
Oh.
That is the notice of where they can contact the OCPS equity officer to investigate the allegations. We discuss later on in the code that it is a violation of the Code of Student Conduct in a few pages.
I thought that's what it was, but I was writing, so I wanted to make sure. I needed some clarification. Thank you so much.
All right, before we move on, Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I believe in our individual meetings, when I met with you, we discussed number 11 on the dress code, the individual schools and the minimal standards phrasing. And I thought at the last work session that we had taken that out or made an adjustment, but it looks like it hasn't been, in this version, it hasn't been changed. So I'm just wondering what happened there.
When I look back in the notes from the meeting, it was discussed, but it wasn't determined if there was going to be a change or not. So that is why it had not been added as an additional change. Certainly.
Okay. Can I, Chair, can I express my concern with that one?
Absolutely.
With the board? Over the past year, I was made aware of a couple schools that the principals had instituted a dress code that was, that put back some of the gender issues that we were concerned about when we originally changed this to a gender-neutral dress code. One school had a picture of an illustration of a girl's top that was revealing, and it had like a big X through it. Another one used terms like the old terms we had for the different headgear, and some of it we removed because we thought it was kind of insensitive to certain cultures. So my concern with the statement where these should be minimum guidelines and that principals at each school reserves the right to determine what's appropriate, gave that freedom for principals to make changes that are not in line with what the reason we changed this to be more gender neutral, to not target our girls, and to be a little more fair across the board. So that was my concern when I expressed it to the team. And what I heard back was that it was mostly because some schools did uniforms, but that's already stated in number 10, so I really didn't understand why we even needed to state that that schools are, this whole statement. So that was what my concern was with number 11. I don't know if the board wants to discuss that any further.
All right, let's stay on that topic for just a minute, and then I'll go to the next speaker. But board members who want to comment on that. Okay, I'm going to go straight down the line here, starting with Member Felder. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Byrd, for that observation. And I understand that we do have to be sensitive to other people's cultures in terms of their clothing gear, while at the same time, I'm hoping that we will try to stick to whatever the board has decided there should be policy in terms of how you, I shouldn't say discipline, but how you encourage the students at your school to try to follow dress codes and in your way of explaining it so that it will not be offensive when you say certain things, that we need to do our best to follow this this protocol in terms of the wording. So I'm in agreement with you, Member Byrd, because I think we do need to be clear and make sure students and parents understand that we set forth a policy in the wording that it should mimic the same wording that the schools use should look like our policy. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Member Byrd. I think as we're moving forward and we've made the revisions to teaching and learning as we have, and we've kind of centralized discipline, knowing that students will be disciplined based on their dress code, the student code of conduct, obviously. I think that we do need consistency across the board, and I don't know that it's appropriate for one principal, and I do support principal autonomy, I want to be clear, but I don't think that it would be helpful to the district for, say, one principal to not allow ripped jeans at all, and another principal to allow ripped jeans, which has happened in the past. I think there needs to be consistency. If it's not allowed at one school, it shouldn't be allowed at any school. If it's allowed at one school, it should be not allowed, or it should just be consistent. Let me leave it at that. It should be consistent. It should be consistent with the policies that we put forth in the code of conduct, because this is what parents are reading. This is what students are signing. They're not signing individual code of conducts at their school or dress code conducts that I'm aware of at school that is different than what we've set forth. So I agree with Member Byrd.
Okay, I'm going to take comments from Member Salamanca and then Member Ferrant. I do have one question at the end of that, and that is, because we've advertised this, I think the board does need to know whether this is a material change or not.
This would probably be a substantive change depending on what kind of language you land on.
All right, let's hear from Member Salamanca.
Thank you. Well, I think, was it Farhan before me? We're going down line. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're so right. I went to look. Yeah, I was going to write down. I'm sorry. Member Ferrant.
All right. Is it on? No, I can't remember. Okay. So I can see what you're saying, definitely, where we want to have consistency. I do think we definitely need to make sure that the code does reflect that it should be modest attire. I don't know if you've been in a high school recently, but in the last, I'd say 3 years, the code of the dress attire of many students has just plummeted. I have seen girls in the shortest booty shorts I've ever seen with mesh stockings like they're going to a club. Crop tops are completely okay now, apparently. We have breasts showing on the majority of these girls. I just don't think that this is how we need to be dressing to go to school. So I don't know if that is, what I read is that isn't okay, but then I go to the schools and no one seems to care. So those I think would be the concerns. And probably why this statement was there to begin with, because there are many principals who would like to have a higher standard of dress, and we need to have that to make sure that kids are focused on education, and we have boys that are wearing who knows what, and I just think we need to have a set thing, and that's it, and done.
Okay, let's hear from Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. I think generally I have definitely heard from the student population as well that the enforcement of student conduct at our high school sometimes definitely is still geared mostly towards our female students. And so I'm also supportive of making sure we have a dress code and we should abide by it, and principals can do that, but I don't know if we have data on dress code enforcement, but it does seem like it's still leaning one way rather than the other, and I don't really feel comfortable with that. When I was a student, it was somewhat of a similar thing. So that's one point, and I don't know if it's something that we track to make sure that it's not being disproportionately impacting of one type of student. I think if we're going to enforce dress code, we should enforce it equally across everyone. So I think that would be great. The second one is on the clothing that obscures visual identification of a person. There's been a shift in kind of general pop culture, rap culture on ski mask. It is something that is very cool to do now as a student and as a young person, and I'm fully supportive of self-expression and that outside of the classroom, but I don't know if we need to be a little bit more explicit here. My guess is that this is one of the reasons why number 9 exists.
Yes, ma'am.
My understanding from the student behavior is that they wear what is or can be a ski mask as a hat, and then they roll it down during their class time or school day, and then it covers the whole face. It's a cool thing to do, I get it, but I obviously have concerns similar to, I think, what number 9 has done on security reasons and being able to identify students because they're doing this on and off. And so I don't know if we can be more explicit of a ski mask rolled up to your head is still not okay because at some point you roll it down, or kind of how we do that, but it's happening. It's a cool thing. The kids are doing it. It's fine, but maybe not in the school.
Well, if it was a ski mask and it was covering the entire head and then it was rolled up, that would then be considered a hat. So I think that would also still be covered.
Okay.
In that situation, it's really meant to be a little more broad so that we're not just looking at ski masks, because if then it was wrapped in some other way on the face, we want to make sure that that is there as well. But it does also state that, I apologize, I have to look for a minute. Where did it go?
Do we have hats on here? Like, are those permissible? 'Cause that's-
Number 4 kind of
Headgear.
addresses
Okay.
headgear.
Headgear.
4
That's
addresses
the one that I
headgear.
was looking for. It says
Yeah.
that headgear shall not be worn on campus during the school day unless it's approved by the principal, and that would be then religious headgear that a student would be wearing, or headgear for a medical reason or some other approved device. So in general, hats are not.
Got it. Okay. Well,
But
maybe
I-
we just track if this is becoming an issue.
Can I just add something, number 4? I think we also talked about kids that are in PE, if they wanted to wear a hat out at PE, that the hat would be okay out at PE, but not necessary in the school building.
Okay, I have some comments. Vice Chair, you have a question about what's on the,
Yeah, I just have a quick question about the hats. I know that a lot of middle schools and even high schools use hat days as fundraisers. It used to be a huge fundraiser at my middle school. Would that still be allowed under this policy? Would a principal still be allowed to allow a student to wear a baseball cap or a fedora during hat day if that's one of the fundraisers that they had?
Yes, because it
Yes.
also
Okay,
says unless the headgear is approved by the principal. So if
Okay.
there's a hat day, I'm pretty sure it's being approved by the principal, yes.
Awesome, thank you.
all right, thanks. Couple of thoughts I have having listened to board members on this. And the most recent comment about outdoors and the heat, that makes sense to me. I agree with I think the majority of the board, or it might be the entire board that have spoken, that there should be consistency, and I also am not comfortable that this is a, school by school principal decision. But I also understand that we may need to come back and change that at a future point in time. Having said that, I'm not entirely sure that doesn't mean that the superintendent doesn't have the right to offer direction to the principal, so I'm going to defer to her in a minute on that. Regarding the issue of modesty, certainly the concerns that you've raised about some of the attire, I would not want to see on our campuses either. But as you also pointed out, they're not consistent with the code. I would not want to put the word modesty in for the simple reason that that term is very subjective. And what one principal sees as modesty, another one might not. So I think it's more important that we define in the code what is acceptable and not acceptable, and then that the superintendent ensures that the principals enforce the code. And I think from what I just heard, that's the missing link, is that enforcement varies from school to school. So to Member Byrd's initial point on that, I don't think that's the way it should be, I think. Which also causes me to question a little bit the idea that some schools may implement uniforms. I can argue the pros and cons of uniforms, but that's really not so much the issue right now. The issue is, does it make sense that if I go to this school, I have uniforms, if I go to that school, I have the flexibility. If we're going to talk about consistency, that seems to be grossly inconsistent. But just, we can't change that at this point in time. That's just food for thought when we come back and look at potential revisions. So let me call on Dr. Vasquez for her thoughts about the concerns the board has about giving the principals that much authority or flexibility.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of, if not all, of the items that were voiced by board members really appear to be management and actually the consistent enforcement of the code of conduct. And so what I would recommend is that, let me back up a second. As you know, we have centralized discipline and put in a different structure that's going to allow for us to monitor more closely the consistency, track, analyze the data so that we can see if there's more training that's needed, if there are changes that we need to make based on the data that we are receiving. And additionally, the school reporting structure has also changed with that small ratio now of principal leaders to principals is going to allow for much more consistency across the board. So what I would recommend is, I did write down the concerns, but I will touch base with every board member on concerns that you have in the enforcement of the code, and that could be something that we put out via a superintendent's memo or directive that would allow us to see more of that consistency, and then we can report back, let's say after the first semester, and then at that time we can make a decision if we need to change it at that particular time, or do we need to then look at waiting until our normal time for changes to the code of conduct.
Okay, before we move up this topic, Member Castor-Dental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, the illustration that is in the code for the attire covers everything, literally. So maybe that that picture, that illustration can be posted throughout the school, and teachers can refer to it, and students can refer to it, because I don't think the code necessarily has to change. I think we just need to maybe educate and share Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further comment on this, let me move on to Vice Chair while we're still on the material that we've covered so far.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 23, at the top, our student discrimination, I think this is more for Mr. Pomerini. Mr. Pomerini, as is written, will, in light of new legislation, will this language need to change, or can we keep it the same?
Madam Chair, may I?
Absolutely, Mr. Pomerini.
I think we are going to have discussions about, in light of House Bill 1069, about potentially going over this language and seeing if we need to change it. If you remember, and I can pull up the bill, but the bill does say that with respect to sex, that sex is an immutable trait, immutable being it doesn't change. And it says it'll be the policy of every K-12 institution. So I think this is certainly something that in the future we're going to have a work session on in order to talk through and see how our policy can be reconciled with the law, if it can be. That's part of the things that we're looking at right now. I do think that we're going to have a work session on that.
Thank you, Mr. Pomerini. Just for the record, I'm in favor of keeping it as is and not changing it, but understanding that the new laws that have passed through Tallahassee, and as we're having a conversation, if major changes would be needed, if we make major changes, then we're kind of out of compliance and we have to repost. That obviously would be a major change. And so just giving thought to, if we have to have that workshop, when will it? And then when will we be having to do what we did last year and putting forth another code of conduct during the middle of the year, which as a board member, I'm not a fan of doing, because I just think it's really too confusing for our teachers, our parents, our students, and our staff. And it's a lot of work on our district staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Salamanca. Pardon me? Oh, okay. Thank you. One concern that I have, I had expressed some concern at the last meeting about including specific titles, because those titles may change, or individuals. And I appreciate the change made on page 27, where we are now referring to a final determination of eligibility for athletics rests with the district administrator responsible for supervision of athletics. That means, should that title change from time to time, we don't need to go back and change this code, and it won't be out of date. The one thing that I question here is that in the beginning on page 3, and there's no offense intended towards any individuals who are mentioned here, it's not that, but we do list the names of the equal employment officer, the ADA coordinator, and maybe that's necessary for the purpose of emailing them. I'm not sure, but then again, we don't list their email addresses. But then on page 23, again, under student discrimination, we list the name of the equity officer. Obviously, the title equity officer could change, but certainly the individual could change. So I wanted to hear, I think, probably maybe from Ms. Enval, her thoughts on if we're going to be more generic elsewhere, the reason for including something as significant, as specific as somebody's name under student discrimination.
Madam Chair, thank you. We are required by law to have the non-discrimination statement. We have a short version and we have a long version. This is a long version that has all the phone numbers. I don't believe it's a requirement that we have the email addresses, but we have everything's available on our website. But we are required to list our equal employment opportunity officer. That title is not going to change, and our ADA coordinator and our Section 504 individual who's responsible for those things.
Just so that I'm clear on what you just said, we are required to actually list their name.
Yes.
in the student code of conduct?
Yes. Well, so it's here. It's actually in any official publication under the guidelines. We also have them, you'll see it posted on our website and also out on our board. We have this same exact language everywhere.
Okay,
So
but-
any official publication, if that makes sense.
So let me back up for a second. I understand what you're saying. So assuming that one of these individuals decides that they got a better offer someplace else, and they leave in the middle of the year, then obviously these other things we can just change. But given the fact that this is in our code of conduct, does this have to come back to the board to change this? And if it does, could we not be less specific here so that those changes don't have to come to the board?
So I think we have a provision in our code. I'm going to defer to Ms. Corin on that. I think we have a provision about changes. Do we have that in there?
It is my understanding that we do, off the top of my head, because
Can't find it.
so in this, I cannot point to the exact page. Sarah Pesky might be able to. It's in the introduction section, and it does discuss making changes as far as, thank you, Ms. Kopesky, the non-substantive or legislative changes that need to be made, and I am going to find that for you right now.
But I think
Thank
with
you.
respect to the changing the name of the individual, we've had to change the name of our individual. It has happened mid-year. It doesn't always happen, like you said, it doesn't always happen at the right time. So we have changed that, and in everything on the website and everywhere, we have made that change, and we would do the same thing on the online version of the code, probably noting something that, the name of this individual has changed, just so we can do it right away, because it is super important that we have those individuals available so that anybody can file complaints with them.
Yeah, I
Central-
appreciate that. Go ahead.
The section says federal and state statutes and policies are referenced throughout this handbook. It's important to note that the statutes and board policies referenced are subject to amendment throughout the current school year, which may affect the sections of this handbook. Should a section be impacted by an amendment during the current school year, the code will be updated to reflect the amendment as adopted by statute or board policy. A red line version of the amendment and footnote with a detailed explanation will be accessible online at the code at OCPS. At codeofstudentconduct.ocps.net. So if there is a change, for instance, in our policy, and that policy was approved, then by way of approving that policy, we can then update the code and just post that we have updated it because the board has already voted on the policy.
Okay, I hate being nitpicky about this. But when we had legislative changes that came about this year, we didn't just redline and put it in there. It came to the board. The board had to approve, even though we had no choice but to approve. It still had to go through the rulemaking amendment process. So based on the language you just read to me, it's not clear to me that we can change the name. I think we should be able to without bringing it back to the board. I totally think we should be able to. But it's not clear to me that we can. And I just like to be clear. So go ahead.
I think, if I may, I think this goes back to a substantive and non-substantive change. The title of the individual is going to remain. It just is the name of the person that's going to be different. We always will have an EEO officer. We always will have an ADA compliance officer, and always have someone that is dedicated to Section 504.
Can I?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. But right now, we can't change the authority of the principals because that's not what we advertised. And that's a substantive change. We could change something right now that's not substantive, which I hope there's one thing that we can change that
Yes.
I hope is going to be non-substantive, but I don't know. But we can only do that. Even the non-substantive changes, because, is my understanding, is because the board is sitting here making that decision. And the concern I have with one contradictory statement, I don't think if I came to you all outside of this process and said, I want to strike this sentence, that you would be okay with it. I think you would say, this needs to go back through the process. So if non-substantive changes like the one I'm hoping to make have to go through this process, it's probably not is probably not a big deal. I think there would be a way that we could have addressed this with either not having a name there in the code, but pointing to where you can have that information, or having some clear language in the code that the individuals may change and that those changes will not come back to the board. But I don't think we can do any of that now.
No.
So just food for thought moving forward. And let's move on.
We were starting on page 33. Yeah, we had finished through here. We had done that on 33. So if we continue, we are on page 33, which would be for threats and false reports. And in that section, we did update the threats or false reports to say that a threat can be direct, indirect, verbal, or nonverbal. So that was important to state. In addition, we added the statutory reference for zero tolerance, and the section was added to reflect exactly what is in the statute. We have now placed the language that is from the statute directly in quotes. The school board had requested that anything that was a direct quotation from statute was stated as such. So you'll see throughout the rest of this document that there'll be a statute cited, and then there'll be quotation marks to show where it is written exactly from the statute. Next, if we go down to fighting in self-defense, again, you'll see in the bottom, we put pursuant to section 100613 Florida statutes, in a disciplinary action, there is a rebuttable presumption that the actions of a student who intervened using only the amount of force necessary to stop a violent act against a student, staff, or volunteer were necessary to restore or maintain the safety of others. And you'll see again there that that is also in quotes to reflect that that is the direct language from the statute. The next section is the cell phone policy. I will be presenting the first part of this, and then Ms. Joyner will be presenting the second part of the cell phone policy, which relates more to the discipline response. We have added in the policy that pursuant to section 100607 Florida statutes, a student may not use a wireless communication device during instructional time except when expressly directed by a teacher solely for educational purposes. A teacher shall designate an area for wireless communication devices during instructional time. Violations of the cell phone policy will be handled in accordance with the Code of Student Conduct and may result in confiscation of the device. Ms. Joyner will address that part in a moment. In response to the board's requests and the discussion at the last board meeting, it does state that the use of wireless communication devices are prohibited during the school day, and that they include but are not limited to cell phones and/or auxiliary ancillary devices such as watches and earbuds, and that for purposes of this section, the designated area will be the student's backpack, purse, pocket, except when expressly directed by a teacher for educational purposes. And I know that there are questions on the discipline response, so I am going to turn that over to Ms. Joyner.
All right, so what we've put in place is, the first thing is the cell phone will be confiscated, but the cell phone will be given back to the student at the end of the day. Each time it's confiscated. Schools will not keep the cell phone. So the discipline consequence can be anywhere, for the first couple of times, you can get a detention. Subsequent offenses, you could end up getting passed. But I just want to make sure we understand that schools will not keep cell phones, that they will give them back to the student at the end of the day as requested by the board.
Pause there for a minute. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a couple questions, and I believe the last go-around, I was the lone dissenter of this policy. I don't have a problem with removing it during instructional time. I did not have a problem with not allowing it in between classes. My main issue was at lunch. I did receive a few emails taking me to task for that from teachers. I also received several emails from teachers that had concerns about us taking the cell phones away. So I have a couple of questions, which some of them you answered, which is great news. So you did say that we will be giving the cell phones back to the student at the end of the day. Who is holding on to the cell phone or the iWatch or the AirPods? Because we're talking about thousands of dollars potentially. Are they going to be placed in a safe? Where will they be placed on campus? And what happens if a teacher takes it before she gives it to an administrator, it gets stolen? Who's responsible for the theft of that device? That's my first question. I'd like a little bit more description on the discipline piece, like how many times do they get caught before they go to pass? How many detentions will they have to serve? Are they going to get a detention on the first time they pull it out? What will that look like? I also want to know who's monitoring this, especially during lunch. You have hundreds upon hundreds of kids in the cafeteria at the same time. So how many people will be responsible for monitoring? Who will be responsible for monitoring? And do we have enough staff to have enough monitors to actually monitor the cell use during lunch? Because it's going to be very easy for a student to look at their watch, to look at their phone. So I'm a little bit worried just about consistency with one child getting caught just because they're unlucky. My brother was the most unluckiest person in the world. If he did something wrong, I promise you every single time he's going to get caught. I could do the exact same thing and never get caught. It just shows you some people are more unlucky than others. So just for consistency's sake, I think there'll be a lot of kids breaking that rule. I think some will get caught more than others. I have issues with putting a student in pass and having them not be in their class learning, which is where they need to be. And then who will be, okay, so I asked about the during lunch, and then I asked about where they'll be stored. Okay, so those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, as far as, who will be responsible for making sure they take the phones, it will be the school administration. We will make sure they're going through the annual discipline training next week, and that's part of what we're going to be talking about the cell phone policy, what it should look like at your school, and advising them that it should not be the teacher taking the device. They should call for an administrator, so the administrator can take the device, and then the administrator will have to have a designated area where it would be locked and secure. And then as far as the the actual the discipline consequence, so on the first offense, what we have is the first offense, it'll just be counseling and direction, and the parent will be contacted. And like I said, the student will get the cell phone at the end of the day. If there is a second offense, they will get a detention for an hour, most likely on a Wednesday. Again, the cell phone will be confiscated, and then at the end of the day, it will be given back. Parents will be contacted. If there is a third offense, then they're going to be referred to a level 2. And then on that third offense, they will get 3 days of pass. The item will be confiscated, returned to the student at the end of the day, parent contact. If there is a second offense, now we're talking about, I think that's the fourth offense with their cell phone, 5 days of pass, item confiscated, parent meeting.
I'm sorry, did you say 5 days of pass?
Yes,
They're going to get put in pass for 5 days.
that's what we're recommending.
For the fourth offense.
This is the fourth offense of using my cell phone.
So, and we're talking cell phone, AirPods, watches, getting caught looking at any of those where there's communication.
I'm not looking at it. I'm hoping they wouldn't put them in heads just because I glanced at my watch, because I can be glancing at my watch for anything.
Okay, I'm sorry, continue, thank you.
And then on the third offense, then it will be referred to a level 3Y. Yeah, that's okay. On the fifth offense would be the 3Y, and then at that point, that's their fifth offense with their electronic device, and they could face 3 days of out-of-school suspension.
Did that, your time is up, but just, did all your questions get answered?
About
Okay.
who's monitoring, and if we have enough people to actually monitor the cafeteria with hundreds of students.
Okay. Yes.
And I'll
And then we'll come back to the, I know you're concerned.
As far as
Okay.
the monitoring, I will leave that up to the school because they do have staff out at lunch to help monitor the students. So I'm sure the staff that's out at lunch will be monitoring the students, also monitoring cell phone use.
Okay. A couple of questions I have. First of all, the discipline, the give back at the end of the day. I know I read it. I'm not seeing where it is right now. I know I read it, and when I get done, just let me know where it was so I find it again. Thank you. The one concern that I have is the underlined language that appears to be a separate paragraph. The issue isn't that it's a separate paragraph, but what we did discuss at the last meeting was that if we are going to say that pursuant to Florida statutes, the student may not use their wireless communication during instructional time, except for expressly directed by the teacher, which I agree, we should have that in there. That's what the statute calls for. But then this sentence, the standalone sentence that the use of wireless communication devices are always prohibited during the school day from the first morning bell to dismissal, does not include the caveat except as expressly directed by the teacher, which when we discussed this last time, Ms. Corin offered some alternative language that had this sentence that you've added, but included the caveat, except when, and I would like to see the except when still added in here, because otherwise we have a statement that says except when, and then one that says never. And I'm confused when I read that as a parent, and I also kind of wonder what's wrong with the district that they would put things that can contradict. The second suggestion I have is the part where we have, for purposes of this section, the designated area will be, I think, standing alone separate from what designated area we're talking about is a little confusing to me, because above we have a teacher shall designate, except for expressly directed by the teacher, and then we talk about the designated area for devices. I think if we simply move that sentence for the purposes of this section right up underneath where we talk about the designated section, it's a little more clear to the reader. And I'll be honest, when I listened to Member Gallo's concern about the watches, I acknowledge that there's a difference between me looking at my watch and me sending a message on my watch. But some of the concerns that I've heard about safety issues and the fact that we may have communications going back and forth between people outside the school or even inside the school, coordinating activities, that could be dangerous. And they can coordinate, and I can look, and I can know that at 9:05, such and such is going to happen, and this is what I need to do or be. Nothing that we can do about it, that I think we can reasonably do about it, but I do think it's worth pausing and recognizing that some of the reasons that we are putting these hard limits on it have been completely circumvented by the introduction of the watch that I love and is so beneficial to me, but as with most technology, there's pros and cons. So I'm not saying that I think we should take a different direction. I just think we need to at least consider whether we're accomplishing our goal. And I don't think we can probably make that change at this point, but I think it is a valid concern. To the other point about some people being lucky and not lucky, I think that's true, but I also think there are times when we, as adults, I'm not referring to any, I think all of us as adults, sometimes when we see the behavior, for instance, I have 4 children. If one of them is notorious for doing this, and this happens, I'm more inclined to think that's the one responsible, because that's how human nature is. So it might be more than lucky and unlucky. There might also be kind of a built-in bias to watch this one more than that one. So those are just realities that it's hard to deal with. So I do appreciate the concerns that you have about the time in the cafeteria and how very hard that is going to be to monitor. Let's move on to, and
can
I'm
I
not
respond to
asking,
your-
please.
So if we were to move the use of wireless communication for purposes of this section up to before violations of the cell phone policy, that would not be a substantive change. And if we also added after the use of wireless communication is always prohibited, but then put in parentheses or something after except for instructional time, that is also not a substantive change because it's already within the paragraph. So those are changes that we could make if the board so chose to direct us to do so.
Thank you. I would certainly like to see this. Is there any objection from board members to making those modifications, non-substantive modifications? Okay, no objection, then let's make those changes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we will go now to Dr. Castrodell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some points about the cell phone location, I guess. I'm looking at the policy. I'm not sure which line it is, but it talks about being in the backpack or purse or in a pocket. My concern is the pocket. I don't feel like that's really a way. It's too accessible, and I would like to see that we remove pocket and actually have the cell phones turned off. I know there are concerns with that as far as parents wanting to track the location of their students, but I think the benefits of having it turned off outweigh that convenience for parents. If a student leaves the school, they'll turn on their cell phone, and you will know it. Another point is the use of the watches. They do provide information and headlines, and you can read texts, but they are not near the level of distraction as a phone. They're not. It's difficult to send a text from your phone or from your watch. And I still see the use of a watch as very different than the smartphone. And as far as back to the part about the location of the phone in the purse or the backpack, as long as it's concealed, I think if it's in a pocket, it's not really concealed. So I think those are all my comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Member Castrodell about the watches. I think that while the point that you brought up, Chair, about outside risks is one of our concerns with the phones, I think the bigger concern with the phones is the distractions and the social interaction and just the overall distraction of cell phones. I think that is far less of a risk with watches, and I think banning watches, I didn't know that we really had settled on that last time, so I was a little surprised to see that in the policy this time. I thought we were kind of discussing that, but I'm a little concerned about the watches aspect. Also, while I understand the uncomfortableness of not being able to communicate with your child, especially being a parent that has communicated with my child during the school day for various reasons, I can't deny the overall benefit of it from one of my high schools that implemented this complete cell phone ban, like I believe 2 years ago. It is a different. If you talk to the principal, it is a different environment in that high school since cell phones are out. And she will tell you that and you can actually witness it when you go there. The culture is different. The kids are engaged. It's just discipline has gone way down. Their test results, their academics are up. I just think that you can't deny the academic benefit of it. So, as a parent, I'm willing to give up that comfort for the betterment of what I think is right for kids. So I'm in favor of all of this. I just think I am concerned about complete ban and getting rid of watches. I think that's a lot to ask. Your kid can't have a watch on during the school day. And I think that it's a little too far. I do think that I think we need to be very clear about the confiscation, because I know that one of my high schools has already sent out their cell phone policy for next year, and it already talks about confiscation and a parent having to come pick up. So I thought we had discussed that, but I know that we aren't firm on all this, but I know we had discussed the child being able to get their phone back at the end of the day. So just want to be clear that we are clear with the schools on that. Thank you.
You brought up the confiscation. I forgot. I was waiting for an answer from Ms. Joyner on where that is. I know you were, I don't think you told me, but I know you're going to.
This is in the, we have a recommended discipline letter, so each school will get a copy of this, and one, as part of it, it tells them that each time the student will get the device back. So at our annual training, we will, again, address this, and we'll make sure schools understand that they will not be confiscating any devices. So whoever sent that out, they may have to retract that, but that will be addressed at the training next week.
Ms. Joyner, the question I had asked is, I know it's in this code. Where is the language about not confiscating it? Is it on this page and I'm just not seeing it?
So there had been language in the actual cell phone policy in the Code of Student Conduct that said that violations of this policy may result in confiscation of the cell phone and other disciplinary actions. That was taken out of the Code of Student Conduct in the red line. It's on the 6th or 7th line down. So it was taken out there so that it was not in the code. So now the confiscation would be part of the discipline response, but it no longer says in the code that we're going to take it away during the school day, meaning, and that was there originally because when we took it away, the parent had to come and get it. So now if we did take it away during the school day, the student's getting it back before the end of the day is over, and therefore it was taken out of this section.
Okay. So there's no language that specifically says that we're giving it back. There's just a lack
No,
of
but it
authority
does
to
also
confiscate.
say that we're definitely not going to confiscate it, which means that as the policy was written before, if there was a violation, we were confiscating the phone and it was in the Code of Conduct. Now that would just be a management disciplinary response. It does now say, and Ms. Joyner just said, it may result in confiscation of the
Okay,
device. It does
I'll
not say
cue
that it
myself
will.
back up.
And I apologize for that.
No, I'll just cue myself back up. Okay. I just moved somebody up. I think it was you. Remember, is Member Ferrant next? If I jumped over somebody, it was by accident. Member Ferrant.
Okay. I'd also like to talk about the cell phones. I think I'm definitely in favor. I think what we have right now sounds really, really good. I think we've gotten to a happy medium. I was in favor of confiscating, giving it back the first time. Second time, you get it confiscated, and a parent would have to come and get it. But I think we came to a happy medium, so I think that is fine where it goes back with the student. As far as discipline, if a student doesn't like the discipline, don't pull out your cell phone, period. It's very easy. So you don't want to go to pass, don't have your phone out multiple times. It is going to take some time. in the schools that I've spoken with, Conway Middle, Hunters Creek Middle, Freedom High School, all of those. Conway Middle, the new principal came in and said, this is the hill I'm dying on. We are no cell phones. We're seeing major discipline issues. And he came in and he got every teacher on board. He said there was some pushback from parents, some pushback from kids, but within a month, everything started running very smoothly. Their discipline issues plummeted. They've had high academic gains. So I think this is just, it's amazing. It is amazing what you do when you can just put this away. I'm not in favor of completely shutting it off. I think having it on silent and putting it on, what's the mode where we, on whatever. Yeah, you could do airplane mode, but whatever that one, focus, do not disturb, something like that, where it's just, you're not getting any kind of notifications, anything like that. But if there is an emergency, your phone is on and you could take that phone out. You don't have to wait to turn it on. It would be right there if there was some sort of an emergency and you had to pull that out. I have seen when I was touring and visiting Freedom High School, we were walking through the halls and a student had her phone out on her way to the next class, and I don't know what she was doing on it. And the principal was with me and she said, "Hey, sweetie, come on over here. Okay, so that phone is not supposed to be out. So I'm going to have you go right over to the front office and you're going to talk with the front office staff and hand your phone over." And the girl proceeded to have some sort of excuse for why she had it out. And the principal said, "Well, you are well aware of what the rules are here and no phones should be out. I should never see that phone out. So you're going to go ahead and go over." And as the student is there, she pulls out her walkie and said, "I have a student. This is what she looks like, what she's wearing. She will be bringing the phone to you." So even the principal did not take the phone from her. That student now has to take, to me, the walk of shame all the way to the office and say, "I was caught with my phone. Here's my phone." And I think those are the things that, as students, discipline is not always easy. But when you do receive that, you say, "You know what? I don't want to do that again. I'm going to keep my phone in my backpack." And we're going to see, I truly believe we're going to see some great things happening. But I think we all have to just be in agreement and encourage parents that this isn't the end of the world. It's right in their backpacks. And the watch thing, I do think if there was a way to switch that up where it says watches, and then maybe in parentheses it says, if used as a wireless communication device. Because if the watch is just being used as a watch, they should be allowed to have their iWatch on.
So one of the things that I was going to point out, and that can be something, is that it does say there's a difference between use and possession. So I think that when it comes to watches, we're saying that you can possess your items, but that you cannot use them. So the phone needs to be in a pocket. We could, if we were to change that in the code right now to say that watches can be worn but not used, I do think that would be a substantive change, but that can be something from a management side that we can make sure it's understood that if a student is wearing a watch and they're using it as a watch, then they are in possession of their watch because that is in the right place for it to be. But at the same time, they are not using it. So I think that's where we could, for the next year, address that in understanding that the use of a watch and having the watch on your wrist is not a violation. It's if it's on your wrist and then you're sending text messages or listening to music from it or some of those things.
Member Felder.
Thank you, Chair. I am speaking from my experience as a teacher. When you said in your policy, the policy that we have here, that if a student pulls out a phone in a classroom, that administrators or someone would come to the classroom to get the phone. They will not. If a fight breaks out or if there's something going on, they're not going to come to the classroom. The class gets out at 8:52. The child pulls the phone out at 8:45. You got, 3 or 4 minutes. And the teacher said 3 times, this is the 3rd time, put put the phone up. So she calls for discipline to come in. They're not coming if something is going on. And I've heard, and it's been a minute since I've been out of the classroom, not that much of a minute, 2020, and it's 2023. They're not coming if there's an emergency. So my question is for that teacher who has had consistent problems with the same student. And it's interesting that the child did take, you say, the walk of shame. That's a good student that did exactly what the principal said. Many of them will not. They'll keep walking, they'll curse, they'll keep the phone, and what is done. And I know that's a difficult question that we can't solve right now, but I need you to understand where the teacher's mind is going to be as we put together these policies about the phone. I understand the need for a phone, and some students, for the most part, when you ask them to put the phone away, they'll put it away. But you will have one or two students who will never put the phone away, and the administrator will never be able to get the phone, and the parent will come out and curse and carry on. But then there's some parents who will not do that, and they understand that we're just trying to do the best we can to run the school with some protocol. But I just want us to be mindful of the fact that one teacher who has been trying to teach, and this is the student, not all the time, not all of them are like that will never put that phone up. And they call, and the administrator can't get there. So what is the answer for that teacher?
Member Felder, that then becomes a different code violation. That is not the, device violation. At that point, you're looking at gross insubordination. So even if the student at that moment would not give the phone to the teacher can always write a referral and put it in that dean's or AP mailbox, and the disciplined person can follow up on that student for a different code violation.
Okay, thank you. So I'm thinking that maybe if they have time in the middle of them trying to teach the lessons, that they can maybe write a note or leave a note for themselves, but to say that this is what has occurred, and I'm hoping that disciplinary action will follow, because you can have a student in ISS and pull a phone out, and they will not put the phone back in, and they're already in the punishment sector, okay? But I just want us to be able to have something for the teacher that's going to be workable. And then we have to be on the same page. If we've decided as a board, this policy that an administrator will come and do that, they have to come. Somebody has to come. So the teacher will not be left trying to put forth a piece of discipline and nothing is done. And they lose their power. They lose their power in the classroom. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So first I want to say that I'd love to see the data that came out of Melissa Bird's school that really showed the increase in academic achievement, the decrease in discipline, because that is huge. And that is something as a district we strive to do, right? We want to decrease discipline for all of our teachers, and we want to increase our academic achievement. And I also attended a mental panel recently where cell phone was discussed, and just the mental aspects that it has on our children. So I don't dispute the need to censor cell phones. I don't think that we should turn them off. That scares me a little bit. I disagree with some of my board members. I can tell you how many times I use my watch during the day versus my phone if I don't have access to my phone, and I am not tech savvy. And I'm telling you, I can use my watch just about as easily as I can use my phone to do almost anything, because you can talk to text, and I can sit here right now and be talking to my phone, and you wouldn't know I'm talking to my phone on my watch. So. Or talking to my watch, sending texts. And the students out here can shake their heads, because I think that they agree with me that they probably know how to use their watches better than I even do. I have concerns with the monitoring. There's usually only 2 people that are in the lunchrooms monitoring this. Putting that extra burden on the teachers makes me a little nervous. I believe that Member Felder brought up some very good points about the classroom, about how we're going to do that. I do think that the students for the most part, they get told to put it away. We'll put it away. They'll be respectful. There will be those students, as Member Felder mentioned, that will not. That will be those repeat offenders. And I would argue that those repeat offenders are the same students that need to be in our classroom the most. They need to be learning. They need to be in seats. Those are the ones that we're probably concerned about with academics, because they tend to be the ones that are absent the most. And so I just have concerns with our discipline policy over cell phone use. I'm there about putting cell phones away. I do have an issue with the pocket as well, because I don't want to be graphic, but we have lost a lot. My girls have lost a lot of phones going to the restroom. That's all I'm going to say, because it was in their back pocket. My question about if a cell phone or an item gets lost while it's in our possession, who's responsible? Who's going to pay for the reimbursement of that? It didn't get answered. So I have issues with burdening our teachers. I want to make sure that teachers are on board, and we've collaborated with the teachers to make sure that this is what they want. I've heard from several of them that absolutely want it, and they want it off during lunch, because when the kids come back after lunch, that's when they're having the most issues with those students, because they're going back and forth, and it's hard to settle them down, and I respect that. I've also talked to teachers that are like, are you kidding me? Are you going to put one more thing on my plate that I now have to do, that I'm responsible for doing? And there will be times when we have administrators, because we don't have enough administrators, that will not be able to get to that classroom to get that cell phone. So what is the guidance there? So I do have, and I do have issues. I do want to see the data, but I'm not questioning that removing the cell phones is good, that kids are on them too much. They play with them too much. It is a distraction. I'm concerned about the burden to our teachers, the monitoring of this process. I am concerned with some of the discipline that we've outlined and that we're going to put in place. I can tell you there'll be one student that I promise you will get caught 4 times in 1 week, maybe even in a day. There will just be that student. And I get that there should be consequences, but at the end of the day, I need to make sure that the discipline matches the crime, and that we're not going to inadvertently hurt a student by having them in pass for 5 days when they really need to be in Algebra 1, learning Algebra 1, because they still haven't passed that EOC test, and they need that EOC test to graduate. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair. Dr. Vasquez?
So the school district is responsible if a phone is stolen or lost while it's in our possession. That's been a practice, since I was an administrator. And so the teacher or the administrator would not be responsible, and we would reimburse the student for the loss of the cell phone. A couple of points, and I do understand the angst that some board members have regarding this policy. I can tell you that right now cell phones are a burden for our teachers. The kids are taking it out. The kids are being disrespectful. And so I have heard from so many that it is a burden, not so much. In fact, I can't recall that I've had any teacher that has told me that having a cell phone or not having cell phones is going to be a burden. But I'm sure there's some that are out there, some that continue that use it, and some that use it for instructional purposes are going to be able to continue to use it. It is when the cell phone is being used for other purposes. I also understand, the angst of a child not being able, to have that cell phone. So that's why we will return it at the end of the day. I too communicated with my students, my children in school, and so I get that. But at the end of the day, we have seen such an increase in discipline. We've heard it from our teachers, our parents, our administrators, and cell phone is a common denominator in that concern. Not the only issue, but it is one that has been brought to our attention. The Discipline Task Force has recognized that it's a concern. Consistency in the enforcement of the code is something that we are committed to working on, monitoring the data and ensuring that discipline is not used as a punishment, but that it is used in a manner that's going to help us identify those students that need additional supports so that they are in a safe and nurturing environment. So part of that goes to consistency in training and ensuring that there is a very clear understanding of what the expectations are. I believe I have mentioned this previously. The first couple of weeks with the cell phone policy is really going to be us getting students to understand what the expectations are, and the consequences are going to be redirection until we are and I don't know what the timeline is, but I know there have been discussions of the first 2 to 3 weeks of school that we are reminding them, hey, you're not supposed to have your cell phone out, please put it away. And I also have talked with staff about having district messaging to our parents regarding cell phones and giving them the information both verbally and where they can access it to get clarification. That communication to all stakeholders is going to help us ensure that when there is somebody that's not following the recommendations, that we're able to, number one, identify where it's happening, see why it's not being followed, and then provide the necessary support so that they are in compliance. But I do understand that there is great angst. As with anything that we're trying new, there's going to be a little bit of bumps in the road, but we are committed to ensuring our students understand what the expectations are, that consequences are looked at not from a punitive stance, but from an educational stance. My personal opinion is if you have a child that you have spoken to 4 times about their cell phone, you've included communication to their parent, now they're being defiant. Because we've said that if they need to call their parents and need to communicate, there's a process for them to do that. And we are not going to deny a child the opportunity to reach out to their parent, and we're not going to deny a parent from communicating with their child. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent. I think that reassures me on my main concern. But this language in the policy does not. And Joe, just to articulate, I could be wrong, but I thought the majority of the board agreed. Again, I could be wrong on that. But
Madam Chair, could you repeat that so we are able to do it? My understanding is that it's not a substantive change so that we are able to move forward, moving him around.
I'm sorry. I was going to, can I speak to something else, and then I'll come back if I need to talk about the change we just discussed. But the biggest concern that I had was brought to my attention by a parent, that the confiscation of a phone and keeping that phone, confiscation, which we say is permissible, but we don't define for how long and under what terms. Confiscation, this parent wrote to me and said, if their child phone was taken from them and they leave school to ride their bike home or walk home, that phone is their lifeline. And when they get home, they use that phone to contact mom, who's working, to say, I made it home safely. They don't have a landline anymore. Show of hands, how many members of the board still have a landline?
I do.
Okay, there's 2 of us. I think we still have one. I don't know. We've gone back and forth, my husband and I, on this issue, so I may be wrong. The lack of landlines means that when a child gets safely home, if there is an emergency at home, 911 is not available to them because they broke a rule and used their phone. And I don't remember how many times in the management directive they have to do that. But to be honest with you, I worked hard on being a very consistent parent. With 4 kids, it becomes more and more important that your children know that when you say something, you mean it, because you can't. And if my belief was if I had to say something 3 times, there was something terribly wrong, because now I'm just nagging and they don't listen. So consistency and follow-through was really, really important, and it is in our schools as well. So I get that if it's 4 times and a student is still doing that there is a problem, and we need to find a way to get their attention. But I don't think that any number of times is worth risking that child's life. And that's where I think phones have become a safety device, not just a communication device. So that's why I felt very strongly that we have to give that phone back to the student at the end of the day. And if we're not going to commit to doing that, we at least need to have a way of knowing which which children are most vulnerable. I really do not like the idea that a kid's at home and can't call 911, that they're walking home and somebody jumps them and they can't call for help. I mean, I will not sleep well knowing that any principals or teachers are confused about this issue, and that one child is in a situation that's unsafe because we didn't take that one warning from one parent. So one warning from one parent doesn't sound like a lot, but when it is a potentially life or death situation that we have permitted, then I think we're all culpable. So Superintendent, what you said, I'm very comfortable with, but that's not what our language says. You're going to tell me we can't change our language.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Ms. Joyner does have a solution, though,
Okay.
so I wanted
Thank
to
you.
make sure to make eye
Thank you.
contact for that.
Okay, so we are in the process of creating a poster that talks about the cell phone policy, and we will make sure that we add in the poster that the cell phone will be returned at the end of the day due to us not being able to add it in the code at this time.
A compulsor?
A poster?
A poster, I'm sorry. Yes, poster. Okay, I thought I heard compulsor. I didn't know what the compulsor was. Okay, did you want me to go over what changes we were talking about, Dr. Vasquez? Is that what you're saying?
To make sure we capture so that what it is not substantive.
So what we discussed was moving this line, the new line that starts with "for purposes of this section," moving that up right after the sentence that says that the teacher shall designate the area, so that when they talk about designating an area and then we talk about what that designated, they'll be back to back.
So that sentence will go, for purposes of this section, that sentence will go before the sentence that starts violations of the cell phone policy.
Yes.
It will be inserted there.
Exactly. And then the other sentence, the last sentence that says the use of wireless communications devices are always prohibited, will have the caveat in there except when.
It will say the use of wireless communication devices are always prohibited during the school day, and then we will put comma from the first bell to dismissal, and then we will put in parentheses after that, except when used by instructional personnel. I will use the exact language from the statute and put it right there.
Okay.
So that sentence will be amended
All
as
right.
well. And because it's already stated somewhere else in this section, it is not a substantive change.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Member Casterdental.
Is there one more?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a concern with this process. We mentioned it before when we were talking about our work sessions and workshops and input. Here we are wanting to tighten this language up, but because we're up against the start of school, we're not going to put some things in there that we'd like to put in now because it might push it back. But then also, when it does come up again for the board to vote on, that's when we're going to hear from the parents and the teachers and the students. And then it's going to be, well, this is the policy we came up with again. There's not going to be an opportunity to really take the input from the public and incorporate it. So I wonder if there is a way to invite more voices during this process earlier and not just when we are at the board voting on it. So that so we're not just hearing from our legal staff or that department, but that we invite teachers. I don't know if Clinton has something he'd like to add that we haven't thought about, or our students who are here, our interns, if they have some ideas, because this is not an area where we're experts. I'm not a teenager with a phone these days, thank goodness. And I don't know all the social media platforms. I obviously don't know how all the benefits of my iWatch, my Apple Watch. And I don't really know. I can only imagine the struggles that teachers have with this. So I'd like to be better informed with the practicality of how it's actually happening. I've heard from people, I've read studies, I understand the problems, but as far as how it actually happens, I'm not sure that I have enough information to lend any wisdom to this policy. And I don't think we're hearing all the voices that need to be a part of it.
So, Member Castrodano, before I call on the superintendent and I met recently to discuss this concern, the same concern, that by the time we get input, it's too late in the process. What we were going to propose, and I couldn't remember if we actually discussed it with the board yet, apparently not. What we were going to propose is a step before the rule development, a step before the advertising. That first we would potentially have a conversation like we do, a work session amongst ourselves. Then we would invite the public to give input before we advertise, so that we're not in this situation where we're locked in. Your suggestion about individual groups, rather than just saying it's open to public comment, I think your suggestion that we literally invite public comment is a great idea. And we now, we know we have entities, organizations that we can reach out to. The superintendent has her student advisory council. So I think that's an excellent idea, to solicit input, as opposed, especially on the student code of conduct and things that we know it would be helpful to hear from those who have to actually apply it. So I think those changes will make this a much better process. And I think we also need to do a better job of staying ahead of this. It was in February, I think, that this came to the board. The board wanted to make substantial changes. There was no opportunity for the board to make it until we were up against a deadline. So we've also discussed working together to calendar these issues so that there is ample time for board input and public input to influence the outcome the first time. Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure the board is aware of the changes that we made to the feedback opportunity. Previously, we had face-to-face sessions. We invited the public. It was advertised. We continued with that this year. We also used thought exchange. So I'm not sure if we reached out to students, which we did. Thank you. So we did, and the simplest way is through thought exchange, right? They could respond to it. And so that began in January, February, when we started to get feedback on the code of conduct. I'm not saying this is reflective of the community, but there's minimal input that's received and has for the past several years. There's no public comment for today. No emails. And so I don't know. I do believe we need to look at how we can get more feedback, but we did start the conversation prior to this, much sooner than we have in the past. And we reached out to many more stakeholders using various modes. One thought we can do is that we can look at the entirety of the code prior to the legislative session so that we have an opportunity to discuss all the things that are in there. And then once the session is concluded and we have any additional changes to the code, then that would be the only thing the board would have an opportunity. But I believe staff has done more this year than any year to gather stakeholder feedback, including from the board. Because the board has always had an opportunity to provide input to staff prior to it even coming to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. Actually, I don't think the board knew about that effort. But I appreciate the outreach. Did we know?
We shared it at the work session.
Oh, gosh.
And and the survey link, I'll go back and check, but the survey link may have even gone out to you. I'm not sure. I'll double check.
Okay. Okay.
But we all,
Okay. But it was,
stakeholder input is not new. That's been going on for years, right? And so we have them we started to just have them out in the community meetings, and then you gave feedback. We're not getting enough, because there were minimal people that attended. We might have had like less than 20 across all of the meetings. So that's when the team looked at, okay, can we use thought exchange? What are some other ways that we can gain feedback? And so I apologize, but I'll work on better communication, but we did share with the board. And I'll verify about the link to the survey.
all right, thank you. And if it's my oversight or anyone else's oversight, I apologize. I am glad that initiative is going on. I think that, to Member Castor-Dental's point, it's still frustrating, not so much today, but it's frustrating when the public does come and they come with something to say and we're telling them they're too late, which is why I think that always giving them that one chance beforehand when it is something that people want to comment on would be beneficial. So let's go back to you, Member Castor-Dental, on this, and then Member Salamanca has something on this, actually, and then we'll get back.
Member Gould has also been waiting for a while.
Oh.
And I buzzed in
Gotcha,
for her
I
because
see.
we're having a hard time with the clicker.
Okay. Member Castor-Dental on this same thing?
Yeah, I just want to follow up the process of public notice. I'm interested to know who sees the public notices. I don't know if that's an archaic way of notifying the public. I don't know if people who we need to hear from know that we're having a meeting unless they are already searching for it. So we may need to double up or do public notice to cover our legal base, but then find those other avenues like you are doing. But other ways to advertise that this is happening other than the public notice.
All right, thank you. Member Salamanca, you're after Member Byrd, but do you want to comment on this specific?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I was in line when we were all talking a little bit generally about some of the topics you wanted to address. I thought I heard from multiple members about the pocket thing. So I'm very in support of not having pocket. I think that, we're trying to be strict, and that's the kind of essence of this. And students will just turn around the corner and take their phone out of the pocket. And I don't really see the point of that otherwise. So I would be in support of taking it out of the pocket. I heard from other people that would be in support, but I don't know if that's something we need to talk about. Yeah, and I think I also read so much of the research on just the cognitive load that having a phone even remotely near you takes, including the pocket. And the further it is, the less it has, but the closer it is, the more of a cognitive load it has. I am curious to hear how our teachers or students or parents get access to the thought exchange. I don't personally, and this is like, I believe that it's posted and accessible to them. I don't have a clear sense of if they came to me and said, hey, how do I get to thought exchange? I don't think any of my interns even knew that thought exchange was a possible. I think they all have very strong feelings about discipline. On cell phone policy, I don't agree with them on all of them, but highly engaged students don't know about it. So I'm just curious if staff could clarify, if a highly engaged student comes to me and wants to give us feedback, or a highly engaged parent or a teacher or some of my principals, I would love to direct them to the right place to give some of this feedback. I don't think I have a clear mechanism yet to do that. So I did go out of my way to talk to students, parents, and teachers. I think overwhelmingly, students are not happy with this, as expected, and I get it. I think their biggest concern is lunchtime, because they're like, my parent never wants to disturb instructional time, so they pick me up during lunch, and then those 20, 30 minutes, like, you know, it's gonna just create conflict, which I get, and I trust that our administrators can figure that out. And I think in general, they obviously just want and love their cell phone. So from the administrator's perspective, I thought it was interesting because a lot of the principals vary on confiscation. There is some principals that have told me, if we can't confiscate, you cannot take most of our enforcement power away, because we just give it back and they just keep doing what they want to do. But it does seem to vary across the type of school. There's some schools where principals do feel that their students' safety is a bigger concern than others, right? I have like Nona, I have Colonial. Colonial students walk through Colonial. It's not a very safe area. So I have some of those administrators, teachers, and parents say, yes, I would not like my students not having a cell phone. I have Lake Nona High School, where my administrators are like, we have a strong policy where parents come and pick the phone up when we take it away. And they don't have safety issues in the same way, but it is a policy that has worked well for the school, because when a parent is forced to go pick up the cell phone, they're really upset about it, and the student's not happy with it either. And so, you know, I think the administrator discretion is the one that I'm having the biggest issue with, because some principals do want to be able to confiscate it, some of them don't. None of them want it to fall on the teachers that I heard, and definitely teachers I've heard, they don't want to have these cell phones on them. But I think on the administrator perspective, I'm having a harder time, and I think this maybe is an implementation question on the discretion at the principal level. I think every high school and middle school is different, safety is different when these students walk home. So that was kind of my biggest concern there, but definitely don't want pockets on here.
Board Member Salamanca, if we were to change pocket right now, we do believe that would be a substantive change. There are concerns also that some students don't have backpacks, or for discipline reasons cannot bring a backpack to school. So that may be a reason that they need it. But if pockets was to be taken out, that would be a substantive change at this time.
Would still be supportive of it. Okay, is there an exception we can do for students who don't have a backpack for discipline issues, where they can leave it in their locker instead? But I don't.
It shouldn't be on them.
The status quo for all students in phones with their pocket seems like it kind of takes away a lot of the enforcement here.
I understand. I understand the concern that we should be able to make substantive changes. The problem is, let me turn to either Ms. Enval or Mr. Palmerini to discuss the rulemaking process and what the law says. Okay. Well, if we understand it, we just want, go ahead. Ms. Enval?
So the changes that were made were changes based on what you all said during your work session on June 20th, I believe it was. And so these are the changes that were advertised. They are substantive. We are required to advertise under Chapter 120. We could move forward with the change that you have right now so that we have a code of conduct in place for the beginning of the school year, and then we can add a mid-year revision like we did last year to add those assessor rules in there, because it's required by the legislation. But we have had, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion back and forth. It's really a time issue right now, and it's not an emergency rule. There are emergency rule provisions, but this isn't an emergency.
So I think we need more clarity on what are the consequences to making a substantive change. You said we've already advertised it. What are the consequences of changing something that's not what we advertised?
The consequences would be someone challenging us in court.
Okay. And then what?
And then we would defend vigorously, but ultimately, we'd have to have go through the entire rulemaking process again.
Okay. So I never I never like to do something that's inconsistent, but I am trying to understand if this is something that the board feels strongly about, what are those risks and what are those consequences? So we could be challenged over not having the kids keep things in their pockets. What about we adopt this at the same time? We put forth changes that we want advertised, we advertise them, and then we come back here, instead of waiting till the middle of the year. Okay? So we could give direction for what we want you to advertise now. And we could vote on this, knowing it's coming back to us with the changes we want. With that, I think that solution is a better solution than we're just stuck with this until the middle of the year. All right, we, just so that Member Byrd knows, I mean, Member Byrd is next. I'm sorry, I skipped over you because I thought Member Salamanca was on that same thing. Member Gould has been waiting, but she is in the line in the order that I have. Member Byrd, are you all right if we hear from her? Since she's, okay. Member Gould, we'll hear from you, and then we'll go to Member Byrd, then Vice Chair, then Dr. Castro.
Thank you very much. And I agree that we need to be clear in the policy, and Chair, I like the direction that we're going to make that clear. I do think we need to try this across the board and look at the results, because the one is always important, but the many and the issues that have been consistently studied and reviewed and continue to be reported on with the cell phone activity, not only for discipline, but mental health, focus, all of those things. I just think that we need to stay the course and just figure out the best way to consistently communicate. I do want to go back to something also that Member Castrodento was talking about notifications. Over and over again from the table, we have talked about increasing public notification and information and finding better pathways to do that, not just the official public notice. I'm using air quotes where you can't see me. But if we want the community to feel engaged in this process, whether they choose to come or not, they need to know that things are happening, and we need to be feeding information in a way that people receive it. Text messages are one use. We could use our Connect Orange. We could use a lot of different methods. And every time we have a meeting, I think all of our public, not just our school public, need to know about it in every way and form that we can provide that information to them. So those were just a few of my comments, and to say that I'm in support of the direction.
Thank you, Member Gould. And now Member Byrd.
Thank you. I agree about the communication, and I know at our last board meeting, we did have the social media alerts for the board meeting. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was the first time I have seen that like that on social media. School board meeting is tomorrow night, blah, blah, blah. And it was really good communication. So I think that that's a great way to go in. I think the difference between we did get a lot of, we do try to get a lot of input on the code of conduct every year, but this is obviously, as you all said, we didn't get much input, but I think that probably a lot of people didn't know until they saw news stories on it that it was happening. And so I think had we done that same social media boost and say, the school board is considering a complete cell phone ban next school year. If you have input on this, click here for thought exchange, or come to the next work session meeting where we'll be discussing it. I think that that's the point, is that nobody's really following our board docs and our agenda items unless you actually are. There's only a handful of people that do that. So I think that if we want the input from the public, that we really have to make it clear, look, this is what we're looking at doing. What do you think about it? And share with us. So that would be my one comment about that. And then I'm wondering if maybe, I think it would be really beneficial, and I think I briefly mentioned this last time, to hear from some of the teachers or administrators and even the students of the schools that have already had these cell phone bans in place for a couple years to come and be here to do a Q&A with the board. I think that might help answer some of the board's questions and concerns about implementation and how it has worked in their school and even the benefits that they've seen, or maybe even concerns, or things that maybe we need to look at. So I don't know if that's even possible by the beginning of the school year. I don't know how that would work with a meeting, but I just know that if everybody could hear from some of these principals that have done it, and maybe even classroom teachers and students, and what they've seen and the benefits, it might ease some of the concern a little bit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Member Byrd, because I think that would be helpful. I think here, if we would have heard up front, had a principal come or an administrator come and speak to us about the advantages and the academic gains and all the good things that putting those cell phones away have brought to their school, I know that it would have relieved some of my angst around the cell phone policy. And then I know that Dr. Vasquez, and I appreciate what you said earlier about how we're going to implement it, that it's going to be kind of like a soft roll. We are going to give warnings before the discipline kicks in. I appreciate that. That makes me feel a little bit better. I still have concerns about the discipline, but that's something that we'll have to look at once the data rolls in. And I know that we talked about the thought exchange when you were touring our community during your first 100 days, and a lot of the data that we got from teachers really around the cell phone policy or the use of cell phones in our schools. I know that we discussed that, I think, at one of our meetings on the student code of conduct. However, I don't, and maybe I missed it, I don't remember any data being shared with us regarding what students thought about this or students' concern. I don't remember any of that data being shared with us. So if I missed it, I apologize, but I would definitely like to see that data as well. I do have a question about exceptions. Are we going to be making exceptions for those who need their phones for medical conditions? Like, I know children with diabetes have something on their arm and they monitor it on their phone and they have to pull their phone out regularly to monitor their insulin. Will there be exceptions made?
Yes, ma'am. I've discussed that with Sarah Kopesky, and if it's in their IEP or their 504 plan, then they would be expressly allowed, because that would be something that would be allowed pursuant to federal law.
And if it's not in their IEP, or the parent hasn't, like they've always handled the diabetes on their own with their student, and it's not in a 504 or IEP, what can a parent do to make sure that they can pull out their phone for any medical reason? Diabetes was just the first one that came to my mind. I'm sure there's other medical issues which would require a student to pull out their cell phone. How would a parent go about making sure that they could do that during class time or in between class time or during lunch without being penalized?
We're going to have Sarah Kopesky come up, who is the attorney that handles those matters, so that she can better.
Okay, while
address
she's doing that, I had one other comment because I know I'm going to run out of time. I think I do. I think I covered it all. Look at me.
Ms. Kopesky?
I agree with the pockets. I think pockets need to be removed. I'll say that quickly.
While Ms. Kopesky is getting briefed on what the question was, to make sure that she has the answer, can I also just confirm that wearing watches but not using them will also be on the poster? Or is that something that you did not want on the poster? I just wanted to make sure there was clarification there as well. Right, but without it being in the code right now.
How are we going to define what being used and not used is with the watch? How is that going to be defined? Because you can look at it.
Okay, so we go to Ms. Kopesky first,
Okay.
and then we,
Thank you.
because I don't want Board Member Gallo to take away from your question. I apologize.
Good morning, afternoon, sorry. So I think it depends. To your question saying that they don't currently have an IEP or 504, I think once that's brought to our attention, that is something that we need to look into to implement. And then from that point going forward, obviously it would be on there. I'm hoping that our principals would use their discretion when it comes to disciplining, that if a student can show, look, I'm literally checking my heart rate or my blood sugar or something like that, that they would say, oh, okay, let me hand this off to my Section 504 coordinator, my staffing specialist. That way we can get that implemented and placed. Either it wouldn't be on the plan under services because it wouldn't be something we would be providing, but we could add it to the notes of that student's IEP or 504. So that way going forward, if they're seen checking their watch or checking their phone to monitor their blood sugar, the staff would at least know that this student can't be disciplined.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because I know that 504s and IEPs don't happen overnight. Like there's backlogs, and sometimes it takes us some time within our schools to get those started.
Couldn't we add that to the health plan? Because the child that is taking any type of medication would have a health plan, and that would just be an addition to that.
Correct. We could do it there as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Castellano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I sit here, I'm recalling, I'll admit it, my son in high school who had to turn in his phone, and he turned in a dummy phone. So some kids have extra phones that they turn in and keep their other ones. So sorry, I won't, anyway. So that's just another thing that principals have to think about. 2 points. I know. When we implement this new policy, I think it's important, and you may have already thought about this, and I'm sure this would have happened, but I just want to mention it. I think it's important that we communicate with the parents, not just that we're not allowing that, but the benefits of it and the problems we're trying to avoid, and that we need their cooperation, as well as the students. They don't always know why we're making these big changes. And then another point is this is, I think, a great opportunity for an evaluation or study and partner with UCF to look at this data, and before we implement it, be able to document the changes that we see. This could be someone's thesis, or Dr. Sasser maybe could work with someone to help kind of devise or design a study that would really help us look at the results, but also maybe help other districts as well. It's an opportunity right before we get started, and I think it would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Castellano. One thing I do want to speak to on the issue of pocket. That language was never presented to the board until this was advertised. Or at least, maybe we had, as a board as a whole. So the language that we had the last time when we had that work session did not include this. Dr. Vasquez?
That's correct, and I would have to go back and listen, but I'm being told that the board asked for that to be specified, and pocket was used.
Okay.
But we'll have to go back
Okay.
and listen to it to ensure. I don't know which board member said it, but I do remember the conversation around specificity about where they're going to store it. So, and I think we need to come up with a remedy, and maybe time is part of that, because this is not the first time where we've had a change, and then when it comes back to you, it didn't meet your needs, and so then we had to revert back to the original, and so we need to staff needs to work on how can we specifically get feedback on, okay, so this is what it looks like based on your feedback. Does it still does it meet your needs, or is it causing more of a confusion? Because I think the addition of language from the statute also was something that we added, and then it didn't sound right.
So I appreciate that. I'm going to give you my perspective on why that happens. I think, to be totally honest about this, I think that each one of us, from time to time, may not think through all of these issues completely. I believe a lot in groupthink. The benefit I gain and continue to gain after all these years in office, I still find myself thinking that I'm very sure of a position on something and coming in and hearing the different perspectives and finding that I'm rethinking. And that's the benefit of group decision-making and this dialogue. So when we have our one-on-one briefings, I'm bringing to the staff what I perceive as a problem, but I haven't thought about it through Member Castrodental's or Member Felder's eyes as a teacher, or Member Salamanca, or any of us. So you're not having the benefit of all of us together because things change. I will also say that if it was brought up verbally and it wasn't something that, at least for me, if I haven't had a chance to read it and think about it on the fly, hearing something, I'm not necessarily going to go, okay, what could be wrong with that? And the lens I do look at things is this devil's advocate side of me, that even if it's something I agree with, I'm still always trying to figure out what could be wrong. And so I don't question that it was brought up, and I'm not going to go back and watch the tape and figure out if somebody said pocket. I'm just going to say that even if it was brought up, did any of us have a chance to think through the issue? I always talk about my cell phone being like a fish determined to find water. And so I have had the experience of having it in my pocket, and it manages to jump out and land in the toilet. So I wouldn't have thought of that brought up, but I think I don't want to say in defense, because I don't mean defensive, but it did make its way in now in writing. The board's thinking about it now. It wasn't, I don't think, intended to be divisive or sabotaging or anything. It's just, this is the time when we're thinking about it. And that's where, like, that a little bit of additional time and making sure that we have this work session, that we can take public input. Occasionally, we'll have that input, so anyway, that's my thoughts on that.
May I?
Please.
So we brought, if a child doesn't have a backpack,
Yes.
where are they going to put it? The pocket. I mean, some don't carry a backpack, and so I think pocket may be a solution for some that may feel comfortable. Maybe they have deep pockets. I can empathize with some of the board members. I know I replace phones for my own children because they fell in the toilet. But pocket, to me, is an option for a student that doesn't have a backpack or is unable to bring a backpack. It may not be a lot of kids, so I think it needs to stay because that is, for some kids, the only option they have. Now, does it mean that that's what we would, if you do have a backpack, you probably want to put it in your backpack as opposed to your pocket? But that's my concern, that now we have a child that doesn't have another option, and they're walking around with a phone or feeling that they can't bring a phone to school, which then presents other issues.
Thank you. See, that goes to that element of the benefit of discussion, and I think that's a very relevant point to consider. Go ahead. On this, Member Byrd, who else wants to speak to this issue? Member Salamanca? Okay, Member
Yeah.
Byrd, Salamanca, and I think Farron. Member Byrd?
Thank you, Superintendent.
I'm sorry. Let me start with Member Byrd.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll come, go ahead. Member Byrd?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I think I agree with the superintendent. I think we're kind of getting in the weeds as to backpack, purse, or pocket. The point is, we don't want the cell phones out, right? So I think that worrying about a kid's cell phone dropping into a toilet out of their pocket is not our job. We're as a school district, parents can tell. I used to tell my daughter, don't keep when I drop her off somewhere and she has her phone in her back pocket, I'd say, take your phone out of your back pocket. It's because it's easy for somebody to grab and take. That's, a parent can talk to their kids about that. I don't think that's our job. So I think that I don't have a problem keeping pocket in there, really. I think that the point is to get the cell phones put away, period. Also, just to comment real quickly about changes, I think that even if we were to remove the word pocket or purse, I personally don't feel like that's a substantial change. I feel like the intent of that whole, the laws around that are that you're not putting in a policy that means something completely different without giving the public an opportunity to talk about it. This is, whether or not a student can keep their cell phone in their backpack or their pocket or whatever, is not changing the meaning or I personally, in my opinion, is that's not really a substantial change. And I think that kind of happens sometimes when we are making changes that I think we're being a little too tight on that substantial change vocabulary. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. I think that's a worthwhile perspective on both points, and thank you. On your point about whether it's our role to worry about. Yeah, good point. Let's go to Member Salamanca and then Member Farron.
So I understand not all students have a backpack. My concern is not with their cell phones falling in the toilet. My concern is that teachers and administrators will say, put your phone away, here's a warning, and they put it in their pocket, they turn the corner, and they take their phones away. Like, a pocket is almost as close as it gets to basically having a phone right next to your hand. I think us explicitly saying that a pocket is okay in policy will put our teachers and administrators at risk of students saying, the policy says I can have it in my pocket, and just they're playing this catch the kid, take it out of their pocket or not, or go to the bathroom or not. It's much harder as a student to take your phone out and in of a backpack or in or out of a purse than it is in and out of your pocket. If we're trying to be really strict on discipline, I think the pocket just kind of undoes that whole. I think it's a pretty lenient way of putting your cell phone away, and it kind of goes against the whole point of this policy. And so, and I do hear the administrator's perspective that this is like kind of defeats the purpose of a lot of this. So that was my concern. I do not mind as well. I agree parents are responsible if their students drop their cell phones in the toilet or not. I still think it's worth the substantive change. I'm still happy with the proposal that they made in parallel, like we approve this language and we go back and we take the pocket away. From the student perspective, even if my parent tells me put your phone away and I put it in my pocket, my parent would be like, that's not away. So yeah, I'm still very supportive of taking pocket away in parallel.
I also agree. I think pocket, it's too close. Too close. If it's on silent, but it's still like buzzing, you're still feeling that. I think just in a backpack, a purse. Do we know how many kids actually do not have a backpack at school? If they don't have it because they can't afford it, how can we get them a backpack? If they don't have it because of a discipline problem, that's something that we can discuss with them personally. Maybe they keep it in their pocket when they're walking through the hall, but it goes into a little slip when they walk into class, and that's where it goes at the front of the class. I don't know, but the point is to keep it at pocket because of a very small handful of kids who would not have a backpack. You've now opened it up to 200,000 kids being allowed to just keep it in their pocket. I also agree that I don't think this is a substantive change. We're not creating, it's not changing the entire sentence. It's just saying we're removing one place where we would allow you to keep it. So removing pocket, I don't believe is a substantive change. However you say that word. Anyways, so those are my thoughts. I think we need to remove pocket, backpack, purse. Phones need to be out. We should not see them, period, done. And I feel like we're taking way too long on this policy.
Vice Chair.
We have been on this subject for a while. I'll agree with that. So pocket wasn't there. Did we request pocket be added because it was not there during the last iteration that we received during the work session? So did we as a board requested pocket?
Let's pause here because Vice Chair had stepped out for a minute. Dr. Vasquez, we did discuss that and she had an answer. Go ahead.
Yes, both have it written down as an addition. I remember the conversation about the concern, where is this place where they're supposed to store it? So the board had discussion about that. We can go back and hear who specifically made the comment, but it was added because at the request of the board, just like we had added specific language about the statute, and then it after further thought and discussion, it didn't meet our needs. So yeah, it was added.
Can we call the culprit out and just hope that it wasn't me? I think I left. I left during the conversation. Okay.
Go ahead. Anything else? Because
we can move on. I think I agree with Member Byrd that it's not our responsibility to make sure the pocket doesn't, or the cell phone doesn't end up in water. But I would support pocket being removed. And I think before it was added, that's something that we should, I don't know. I would support pocket being removed, and I'm ready to move on as well.
Okay. I need, as chair, I need some guidance. So I could, we can't vote, but I could poll the board to determine whether we're leaving pocket in or out, and if we're taking it out, defining it as a non-substantial change. The concern that I have is at the next meeting, I need to understand what we're voting on, and I wish that we had the ability to vote on one or the other, but as I understand the rulemaking process, we can't, even if we were ahead of this, I don't think we get to advertise two versions and say we're either going to pick this or that. So that means that while we're not voting now, we do have to decide now what we're going to vote on.
So what's before you is the red line version that you see there. I think based on our conversation, it would still be my position that it's substantive change because, I mean, we've spent, 40 minutes discussing the intent and what pocket means. You know, does it mean back pocket, does it mean jacket pocket, whatever. So what's before you is this right now. The board could say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and decide to take that out, and you could face a challenge.
And the other option is the board goes forward with what we have for the next meeting, and we also direct the staff to advertise a revised version that doesn't include the word pocket.
Yes, and if you remember, also, we still have a number of pages to go through the red line, so there may be other substantive changes you want to make, so it's a little premature at the moment.
Let's do this. Let's move on. Let's hold over the option at the end of this work session before we wrap it completely up to make a decision whether we're going to direct staff to go out and advertise. I will tell you, after hearing from the superintendent, my inclination is to leave the word pocket in. But we have 1, 2, 3. You guys, where are you leaning on pockets right now? Okay. Member Byrd, you want to leave the word pocket in? Okay. Member Casterdental? You're against the pockets. So we have 4 against the pockets. Where are you on pockets?
Against the pockets.
We have 5 against pockets. I was going to ask Member Gould. Member Gould, I'll ask you anyway, even though right now we're going to be in the minority. Member Gould, but I don't want to exclude you.
Thanks. I'm fine with leaving the pocket in.
All right. So on a narrow vote, well, 5-3. Yeah. So we will we'll revisit it at the end of the meeting, but at this point, I think the leaning is to re-advertise. Let's move on. I don't think anything's going to take as long as pockets. Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, it has been requested from a number of us if we could just take a quick convenience break.
Oh, definitely. Thank you all, because I was
Could recess
okay.
just for.
All right. Are
certain.
we? It's 12:30. Are we having lunch?
Yes, it's
Okay.
back there. I took my computer.
So then we'll take more than a convenience break. Okay. What time?
It's 12:30 right now.
Can we have a hard 1 o'clock? Yeah. I mean, like
Be back in here at 12:55.
12:55. What are the consequences to the board if they don't get here at 12:55?
Cell
I'm
phone.
taking your cell phones. That's it.
But I can put it in my pocket, right?
No, I am confiscating them until the end of the meeting.
Right now.
I may not be able to stay for the second part of this.
Okay, understood.
workshop on JIC. Dr. Vasquez?
Thank you, Board Member Gallo. We will now proceed with the next section of the code that we are reviewing. I believe we're at the point of Safety in Private Spaces Act. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's on.
Good afternoon. We are now in the Safety in Private Spaces Act, and if you look at this section, everything that is in here comes from the statute. Based on the discussion at the last meeting, we moved the definitions to the bottom, and the paragraph, the second paragraph and the third paragraph were flipped based on the request of the board. In addition, as we have discussed for every section, it does say pursuant to section 553.865 Florida statutes, and then the information regarding the Safety in Private Spaces Act is in quotes. So it states, what the act is, and then it states all of the information in it. Do you all want me to read the information again, the red line, straight through, or? Okay.
I think we're good just to move on.
Okay. Thank you. So again, that is all in quotes where it needs to be to make sure that it's clear that the school board did not write this language, that this language came from statute. The next section is the hate speech section, where we have outlined pursuant to policy JB, and then we talk about our anti-discrimination policies. We understand that the use of hate speech will not be tolerated and all violations will be subject to the code. It is possible, as Board Member Gallo brought up before, that if OCPS policy JB needs to be amended, then at that point the code would also need to be amended to reflect the policy that the school board has at that time. The next section is sexting, and again, there is a formatting change regarding the policy to make sure that it is the same. There had been a question here about the grammatical reading of this section, so it now says participation in sexting shall be just cause for disciplinary action, and then it's the bullet during school hours or school activities on or off campus, and then the rest of them. I do want to remind that if there is sexting off campus, the third bullet does say that if there is a substantial impact on campus, then the school district still does have jurisdiction over that. But we don't have jurisdiction over what students do in their private lives if it doesn't have an impact on campus. The next section with a change is hazing, and again, that has the updated policies and updated administrative code rule and the statute. In there also, we did now put in quotations what hazing is, and we put the definition of hazing in quotations pursuant to the statute. The next section, teen dating, violence, and abuse. Dating violence, we were requested to add and/or abuse by any student is prohibited on school property, so that was added into the code of conduct. And then we also added, as discussed at the school board meeting, that anyone who suspects dating violence and/or abuse is occurring is strongly encouraged to report dating violence and/or abuse. So that strongly encouraged language was embedded throughout the code whenever we are talking about people reporting any incidents of wrongdoing. Next, in the trafficking section, we also have, again, that you are strongly encouraged to report. We took out the students' employees, and we just put anyone that knows about trafficking is strongly encouraged to report. There was the formatting change for the policy and the statute for expulsion. And then the statutory language for expulsion was also put in quotes to make sure that it was clear again that the new information is directly from the statute. We did put in there that some level 4 offenses require a mandatory expulsion as outlined in Florida statutes in the code. These offenses include firearms, weapons possession, use, and/or threats or false reports, and that was added at the request of the board. Out of that, the next one for out-of-school suspension is just also some grammatical changes as far as 10, and we wrote the word 10 and then put 10 in parentheses, and then also added parent or guardian. Pass is the same thing, where we just had some of those grammatical changes where we added, instead of amount, we put number, and then we put 10 for 10 and parents or guardians. We also put in there that restorative practices are included in past programs. That is the proper terminology now that we reviewed. So it says restorative practices. If we go down again for restorative practices in the actual section, we discussed at the last school board meeting, and it was removed. The emotional and conflict resolution language was removed. And instead it says restorative practices teach the skills necessary to manage and reduce conflict. That language is aligned with the statute. And then it says that restorative practices may serve as a consequence, not that they can, because it's possible that you will have restorative practices and it's possible that you do not. So that was all updated with the statutory language. If at any point I'm going too fast, please let me know. The next one for court orders and felony suspensions was also updated for the statutory language, and that language is based on the statute, and the statute is also linked in that section. Consultation with law enforcement was also updated pursuant to statute, so that statutory guidance is also in there as well, and the statute is there with a link so that you can see that the statutory language and the information here does align with the statute. Petty acts of misconduct was also updated in this section. It is important to note for the board that we may need to bring back OCPS policy JIC as just the policy at a later date to update the definition of petty acts of misconduct in the actual policy to align as well. But today we're just here for the code of conduct, so I wanted to just make sure that we put that on the record so we understand that at some point we may need to bring the policy back to also make sure that everything aligns.
Yeah. Under dual enrollment, post-secondary notification, we removed the OCPS and added this in front of code. Also added last sentence, students who commit a verified level 4 offense may be unable to complete their dual enrollment program.
The next section is truancy, and for truancy, we just updated the statute to actually have the section of the statute. Before it just said Florida law. So wherever in this document it said Florida law, we put in the actual statute, and also changed to add the word 15 and the word 90 so that it was in there correctly.
Okay, can we pause for a second?
Sure.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Number one is when we refer to disciplinary action for dual enrollment, we're referring to any action that's happened on our campus, correct? Or is it on our campus or Valencia's campus?
Our campus or Valencia's campus is Valencia reported to the school.
Okay. Is the language we have in there clear enough to dictate that?
Yes, it says students who commit a verified level 4 offense may be unable to complete the dual enrollment program. So because we're talking about our code and our level 4 offense, we could add students who commit a verified level 4 offense pursuant to this code. That would not be a substantive change, and we could add that language.
If we could, because it just says any disciplinary offenses that occur on OCPS campus. So just so that we're making sure that the student understands it's not just our campus, but if they misbehave on Valencia's campus, they're subject to our student code of conduct. And then next one is just a question. We talk about truancy, and I don't think that it raises to the level of student code of conduct, but I would love to have chronic absenteeism defined in our code of conduct so that parents have a knowledge of what chronic absenteeism is, or even maybe an addendum with our attendance policy attached to the code of conduct, just so that we could, I think we'd need to do a little bit more education on our attendance policy and why kids really need to be in classroom and in their seats learning. I think we need a whole out and out policy. So anytime we can take advantage of that type of education, I would support. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. While we're paused here, if we could go back to page 36 briefly. This is just a sentence structure, not a substantive change, but under sexting at the top of the page. I think it's the second sentence, third sentence. Participation in sexting shall be just cause for disciplinary action, goes on to read during school hours or school activities while on school board property. I had suggested at the last meeting that we change the structure of that sentence to say participating in sexting during school hours while on board property beyond the hours shall be just cause for disciplinary action, so it's clear and easy to the reader to understand that the during school hours don't pertain to when the disciplinary action occurs, but when the texting occurs or sexting. So specifically, which is what I said last time, if we rephrase this to say sexting will not be tolerated during, school hours, that part, while on board property, beyond the hours of, and then we pick up the rest of the sentence, shall be just cause for disciplinary action. The issue is the disciplinary action isn't taking place during these bullet points, right? This is when the sexting, or is it the disciplinary action? No. These bullets pertain to the participation in sexting, not to when we're going to have the disciplinary action, correct?
So if you engage in sexting in any of these 3 bullets,
Right.
then you are subject to the disciplinary action of the Code of Student Conduct.
Right. But when I first read it, and as the sentence is structured, it is cause for disciplinary action during school hours while on school board property or beyond the hours of the sentence should read, participating in sexting during these periods of time shall be just cause for disciplinary action. The disciplinary action does not occur during these times, sexting does, and that's where the sentence is not structured properly. Obviously, if you read it several times, you'll figure out what it means, but I don't think, one, I don't think people should have to read something several times, and two, I think it is really important for an educational organization to have the best writing we can, because as a parent, I would feel uncomfortable that my children aren't getting a good education if I'm reading the Student Code of Conduct and I have to read it 3 times to understand what it meant, when if it had been written properly, it wouldn't be confusing. So, so for me, it's bigger than just making it right. It's the impression our parents have about us as an entity that is so important as an educational entity.
I'm just looking to see exactly if we were to do that, it might be.
I think we just need to restructure the sentence, because I see that.
And we did, I discussed this at the last meeting, and we were all good with it. Is there something wrong with what I proposed? Member Salamanca, did you have a comment? Member Ferrant?
I just don't, when I read it, it seems very clear to me. So I guess I'm maybe trying to figure out what, when you're saying during and trying to move that word during, I think all of it shows that you could have disciplinary action whether it's during school hours, school activity, on or off campus, while on board property. I think when I read it, I didn't have a confusion, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't know if others.
All right, am I the only person who sees that the disciplinary action proceeds during school hours? All right. All right, we'll leave it the way it is. I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Byrd.
What if you just said, in accordance with board policy, blah, 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 sexting is defined as, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sexting will not be tolerated, or hold on, participation in sexting during school hours or school activities, comma, when on board property, transportation, comma, or in the event it affects blah, 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 shall be just cause for disciplinary action.
I think that's a great idea.
Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said.
Is that exactly what you said?
That's exactly what I said the last time.
Just pull it in to...
Yes.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I said the last
Okay.
time.
So
It
just
did get
moving
modified,
sorry.
but
just for clarity purposes, we're going to move shall be just cause for disciplinary action to the bottom of the 3 bullets.
Yes.
Yes.
So are we moving the cause for disciplinary action below the 3 bullets? Are we
Yes.
taking the bullets out, and are we writing it as commas? Because that's what I just...
I like the bullets myself, just for aesthetic.
Yeah, I'm concerned that if we take the bullets out, it's going to be one very long sentence.
No, we keep the bullets. You keep the bullets, and after the last bullet, or the education process or experience, and then the next part is not in a bullet, and shall be just cause for disciplinary action. Okay. It was a simple,
Okay.
pretty simple change.
So we'll say participation in sexting, then it will have the colon, during school hours, while on board property, beyond whatever, and then beyond the whole sentence, and then it will say at the end, shall be just cause for disciplinary action.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Any objection? Okay. All right, Member Felder.
Thank you. I don't have any change. I think Member Byrd kind of said what I was going to say. I need to make sure because I was confused. I wanted to be clear that not just on campus, because we have school activities, they have field trips, they have football games, and they travel. And I just wanted it to make sure it was all inclusive. And then what you just suggested, Sarah, all of that, and then those bullets, and at the end, disciplinary actions, that part. I just wanted to make sure let you know that I was in agreement. Keep your bullets, but put that last part at the end, so to be clear, not just on campus, any school-related activity, on the plane, on wherever, train, if it's a school activity, this cannot be tolerated. I just wanted to make sure that this is what I'm understanding. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're ready to move on.
If we go to page 40, that is the Cessor section, and we added the actual Florida Administrative Code rule in there, and it is also, when we added a related element, it is vaping and weapon, and it is weapon. I do not believe it is weapons. However, I will check to make sure that it should be weapon and not weapons based on the rule, and if it is weapons, I would like the authority from the board to change that if necessary. Okay.
Okay? No objection, obviously.
The next one is the internet policy, and additions and amendments were made based on some input from the statute. And so in here, it does now say the term educational purpose includes age-appropriate academic activities. It then also says that OCPS-issued student accounts are subject to OCPS monitoring. Under responsible users, it now says sharing personally identifiable information that might compromise a student's OCPS-issued account, even your own, is strictly prohibited. That was language that was discussed at the last board meeting. It then says students are strongly encouraged to report anyone who tries to use technology to hurt or harass another student. The next section added is any attempts to circumvent OCPS, ITS security, and network protocols and systems is prohibited. This includes the use of unauthorized executable files. Violations are subject to the OCPS Code of Student Conduct. We then also changed his or her to their. There was a scrivener's error above, so we now have ITS. And then it says OCPS, ITS, and school personnel do not require student permission to access district-owned accounts or devices, and violations of this policy will result in disciplinary action pursuant to this code. So the changes were made based on the requirements of the statute and also the input from this board. Next, we go to page 44. For student discipline investigations, when it was discussed at the last time regarding, it says parents or guardians may request that their student not participate in student discipline investigations without authorization from the parent by submitting the request in writing, and it now says prior to the occurrence of any discipline matter, to make sure that it is clear to the families when they need to do that. And it also says refusal to participate in the investigation does not prohibit OCPS from continuing with the investigation and administering an appropriate disciplinary consequence pursuant to the procedures outlined in this code. In the next sentence, we created a link so that there is a link to those procedures. And then we updated the formatting for the policy in the statutory reference.
All right, now we're going to go into the discipline response code for secondary, level 1, discipline offenses. Under D, disrespect, we took out conducted and added the word conduct, and added the word behavior. Also, under dress code, remove nonconformity and add not following the OCPS established dress code. If you come down to KK, electronic device violation, we take out which are not educational in nature and added which may include but are not limited to cell phones. And we added earbuds to go along with smartwatches, smartphones, MP3 players, iPods, e-readers, tablets, laptops, and other electronic devices. L, tardiness. We added, this does not include late arrival to school. Repeated tardiness to school may constitute truancy pursuant to section 984.151 of the Florida statute. If you come down to N, other misconduct, the word minor is added. To make sure, also for clarification purposes, we added this does not include any misconduct that would be coded a level 4 disruption on campus major. So I'm gonna go back, minor was added to make sure they understood not to confuse this with the CESA reporting offense. Under O, unsubstantiated bullying, at the bottom, where first we did a change. We made the 2 L's lowercase. I believe they were uppercase for all. And then after education, we added a semicolon. And the same thing on P under unsubstantiated harassment.
The last thing under level 1 is return of property was deleted from the consequences section.
Okay.
Can you guys
The ne-
scroll up so we can see the changes on the screen?
Yes. Thank you. Keep going. Right there, yeah. Return of property. When we go into level 2 offenses, there is something that we do need to add. We do not believe that it is a substantive change, but we do need to let you know it is not there. When we look at level 2 for gambling, when you go onto the State Department of Education website for CESA, and then you click on there is a list of all of the definitions for CESA. If you click on each definition, within the definitions, they then have a list of examples. If you look in the other major section, OMC, for the CESA definition, it actually states that gambling would constitute an OMC, and it specifically says something along the lines of playing the game where you're throwing quarters. So because, yes, ma'am, it does say throwing quarters in there. So we do need to add, based on that example on the Department of Education website, that gambling, which is our level 2E, would in fact be a CESA definition. It must be reported to law enforcement, and it must be reported to CESA. However, the discipline consequences, as they're currently written, would stay as a level 2.
Okay, sometimes up here we kind of rat on our kids. I was going to use another word, but I think rat would probably be a better term. I can't think of a good term. But I hate to do this, but I think we may have to call the feds in on my mom. They play bingo at her facility, and she wins a lot, and they play for quarters. She's been known to walk out of there with $2.50 in an hour. So there's that.
It's definitely something where, and that's why I wanted to say to the board that it actually does say throwing quarters in the definition on the CESA website.
Not making
because-
light of the fact our kids shouldn't be gambling, but the quarter thing just kind of hit home with me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So we are going to be making that change.
All right, so moving on to a level 2B, disrespect, we remove conduct and just make sure it says repeated behavior that lacks regard. If we come down to G, threat, intimidation, okay, the definition itself is excessive definition, but what we did do, we added some examples to make it a level 2 offense. So the examples we added, this may include nonverbal threats and verbal threats of physical harm, which are made in person, electronically, or through other means. The first sentence is excessive definition, as I stated. The additional sentence added to clarify what actions constitute a level 2 referral.
If you recall, in the last iteration that we brought to the board, the sentence that says this includes threats to hit, fight, or beat up was embedded in the paragraph in parentheses. However, because the board asked us to put all of the assessor definitions in quotations and to make sure that we accurately reported the assessor definition pursuant to statute, we took that sentence out and we put it on the bottom. So for each section with threats, it will have the assessor definition, and then below it, it will have what each threat section has the examples for.
All right, M, other serious misconduct. The last sentence was added to clarify, to make sure, to assure proper CESA reporting. Also, under Q, electronic device violation, with the recommendation of the board, we took out which are not educational in nature. On the back, under 4T dress code, took out nonconformity and just added not following the OCPS established dress code. And then we could put, make sure we added a capital S for second.
Because it's statutory now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you're doing it.
So for level 3A, for simple battery, we added the quotations. We also needed to change the definition a little from the last time, so I want to let you know, it does say another person, not student. If you recall, because the definition says person, we were able to take out the battery on a school employee, because now this says person, it does not just say student. If you scroll down, we also have the Florida the definition for fighting, and we also added in a disciplinary action, there's a rebuttable presumption that the actions of a student who intervened using the amount of force necessary to stop a violent act. So we added that section in there as well. So there is the rebuttable presumption that if you break up a fight, you are not involved. And again, we also added the Florida Administrative Code link for every CESR definition. So that Florida Administrative Code link will also go to that gambling that we talked about earlier once we amend that. For tobacco, for L, if you look at the definition, what we have done here is it says the possession and then it says ... or use of tobacco, because the board wanted, again, us to quote the actual rule. But if you recall, for tobacco, the possession and use of tobacco is a level 3. The sale of tobacco is a level 4. So the level 4 will have 3 dots where it has possession or use, and this one has the 3 dots in there to show where you're skipping over a portion of the statutory reading. So that is the grammatically correct way to do that, but I wanted to point that out so there was no question later of why it was written that way. And then we also went through, and I need to point out that in 3L, there is a grammatical error. It says THS instead of THC, so that does need to be changed.
I think I understood what you were saying about the possession or use.
I'll read you the whole.
Yeah.
I'll read you the whole definition to make it clearer, so that it's there.
Yeah, and while you're looking at that, I think the one concern I have is that ... we typically think to mean we've left some stuff out that's not relevant, but I'm just kind of wondering, what does a parent think when they're reading it? And so when you explain it to us, it makes sense, but if I'm reading it, I don't have the benefit of that. And maybe there's nothing better we can do. I just hate for people to, go ahead.
And that's really a board decision. If you would like the assessor definitions to read exactly as they're written, the definition is the possession, sale, purchase, distribution, or use of tobacco. So the level 3 is the possession or use. The level 4 is the sale, purchase, or distribution of tobacco. So because of that, in this section, we took out those words. So we could possibly just put the possession and then put, the possession or use and put quotes later, but then you're not really encapsulating the entire definition of the rule. It's,
So my
we could
opinion
put
on
an asterisk under it that
You could.
says the ...
You could. My opinion on this, I'm not married to, we have to use verbatim the assessor definition when using it verbatim is more confusing. But I think when you could pick up where it is verbatim would be good.
Okay.
But I'm just one person. So I would lean in that direction. I was thinking the asterisk, but then you're trying to explain something that people may not understand.
We could
So-
just take the quotes off and then take the
You
dots
could.
out and have the statutory definition after, and that's
Absolutely.
also fine. That's why we brought it to the board today. It's not a substantive change, it's a formatting change. We just wanted to make sure that the board was able to weigh
Okay,
in.
of
So
those choices, for me, I just take the quotations off, because then it even draws less attention to, is there something misleading, when obviously there isn't. Member Byrd, you're queued up to speak. Okay. Okay, let me just, hang on, if it's not on that, is everybody okay with we get rid of the ... and we use the part that's relevant? Yeah. I think we're all good with that.
So that will be, there is that for tobacco, and then we also have that for fighting as well, because if you remember, fighting with injury or fighting without injury also has that. So when we get to those, I'll just point them out quickly with the understanding that we're going to be taking those dots out and changing the formatting.
Perfect. Member Byrd, you had questions at this time.
Yeah, I just have a quick question about the simple battery, and I think I spoke to you about this in our personal meeting. The phrase "without injury," I had concerns about, just because I had teachers come to me saying that kids weren't disciplined because they were hit, but because they weren't injured, it didn't count as a simple battery. So I know that the assessor, you have that in quotations against when someone is struck against his or her will, but then the without injury, it looks like, is added from us. And I know that we have fighting where it does talk about physical violence that requires first aid or medical attention, but that's more mutual. So the simple battery is just when someone strikes someone. I'm just wondering where we are with that, or if you can
So this
explain
is
where
similar
we're
to the ... section, and I apologize, it wasn't fighting, it was simple battery. Ms. Joyner corrected me. So the simple battery definition is the actual and intentional touching or striking of another person against his or her will, or the intentional causing of bodily harm to an individual. So we have a level 3 battery, and then we also have a level 4. So the level 3 is if you strike someone without injury, and then the level 4 would be if you strike someone with injury. So this is one of those assessor definitions that we also broke up into 2. So if you were to say push a teacher and you weren't injured, that would still be a level 3. Whereas if you push a teacher and they are injured, that would be a level 4. And this is one of those sections that we can also remove those quotation marks, since it does align with the rule to make it clearer for the reader.
Okay. And I think that's where I had some concern. I understand the need for progressive discipline, but I have real concerns about making one instance of intentionally trying to push or hit a teacher deserve more discipline than a different circumstance, depending on how that teacher lands or falls or whatever. It's the intent that I think is serious, and that's what I've heard most from teachers, is that they don't feel supported in this way. I mean, this is one of their biggest concerns, is them getting, hurt, and then there not being a consequence for the kid. So, or not even getting hurt, but getting involved in something like this. So I have a little bit of concern there. I don't know if any other board members are, but that's where I'm at.
Can I just address it?
Please.
So for level 3, students should get a consequence, and the most severe consequence for level 3 is out-of-school suspension. But I do understand what you're saying about teachers, and part of the problem with the assessor definition, the definition don't specifically talks about teachers, it says person.
Can I weigh in on this one thing? To me, I think there's a difference between assessor tells us what we have to report as assessor offense, right?
Mhm.
But that doesn't preclude us from having something that assessor doesn't require us to report that still has the same consequence.
So we used
Correct or not?
we used to have simple battery as a level 3, which was the similar if you pushed someone and there was not injury, and it said for students. And then the other level 3 was physical aggression on an employee. That was also a level 3, and it was the willful use of force on an employee, vendor, or volunteer that does not result in injury. That was also a level 3. So when we took that out, it was a lateral change, because if you hurt an employee before, it was a level 3 in a different code. If you push someone without injury before, it was a level 3. So it aligned with what the code had prior.
So the definition is the same. What we did previously, we had a 3RR specifically for teachers, but they got the same consequence. Because Cecil said person, we just combined the definition. So even if they touched a teacher last year and there was no injury, it was a level 3 offense.
It is possible in future revisions, if this board so wanted, that you could have simple battery PHA for students, and then you could also have simple battery PHA and break it out for employees and make that a level 4 if the board so chose to do so. So in future iterations of the code, you could have that an actual intentional striking of another student without injury is a level 3, but if you were to do a teacher without injury, that could be a level 4. That is certainly something that the board could explore in future edits. I do think if we were to do that today, that would be a substantive change to make it a level 4.
And I think we would probably want to discuss that a little bit more. A parent may have concerns about why a teacher, of offense against a teacher is
There may
a
also
higher
be
consequence than I think we need to think through it. So,
But if I can add, we do have simple battery level 4 that we're going to cover.
Okay.
If any person is hit with an injury, it's a level 4 offense.
right. Okay. I'll go on to Member Farran.
I was actually just going to comment on this. I love the idea of breaking it up and having that be a simple battery without injury for a student is a level 3, making that a higher offense to a teacher, a staff, any adult figure. I just think we need to remind students, that's probably the biggest thing I see right now is the lack of respect of young people with adults. There either is none or very little, and the ones who do respect they really stand out because there's not a lot of them anymore. So I think having that would be really huge. I like that idea, and I think it would also show our teachers that we really highly respect them and want to honor them and make sure that they know that no student should ever put their hand on them in any way, whether they're injured or not, and that offense should be a higher offense, in my opinion. But I do think if we wanted to bring that back at a later date and time, but we want to make sure our teachers know that they're there to teach, nobody should lay a hand on them, and they should feel comfortable and confident in their classrooms.
Good points. We're going to leave it as is right now, and then we can discuss whether we're advertising it and bringing it right back, whether we're having more discussion, work session on it. But for now, we'll move on. But I do think it's a very valid concern.
So the next section that I did want to bring up First of all, the next one is the threats again. So the definition is there, and then the examples below it are this includes the threats to hit, fight, or beat up another person with a plan or furtherance of action. So the examples were just moved lower. In harassment, the statute was not quoted correctly in the last iteration. It is actually, if you read section V, and I will, let me pull this down. It is actually, if you look in here, interfering with the student's educational performance opportunities or benefits, or has the effect of substantially disrupting the orderly operation of a school course. That is or and not and in the statute. So we will need to change that when it comes to harassment in both the elementary and the secondary code.
All right, if we can just go back up to 3Q of the serious misconduct. I just want to point out that sexting, that is not intended to extend beyond the sender and receiver, that was removed from a level 3 offense because it's covered in another offense is covered in the level 4. We also made sure to clarify that this does not include any misconduct that would be coded as a level 4 disruption on campus major. All right, we're going to go on to our level 4 offenses.
Yeah. In discussion with the board at the last meeting, we drafted this language to add in here. So it now says Florida Administrative Code Rule 6A-1.0017 requires school districts to correctly code incidents that are against the law or represent serious breaches of this code. Those incidents are required to be reported to assessor and/or law enforcement, are identified in the Code of Student Conduct with the 3-letter code identifying assessor incidents. When multiple incidents occur at the same time and place, the incident that caused the most injury or highest loss of property or monetary cost should be the one reported. Should be the one reported. And then breaches of the code does need to be taken out of that sentence right there. That should have been deleted. And then it will say students who commit a non-assessor level 4 offense may be referred to local authorities for further investigation. That is the paragraph that is in the beginning of the Code of Student Conduct as well for assessor, but it was also added here. But breaches of the code does need to be taken out right there. So we wanted to make sure that that was there. When we get to the first one for level 4 offenses for alcohol, it is the assessor definition, and then we have the rule at the end of it. That is the full and complete definition in quotes.
So what you're going to notice for all the assessor offenses, the Florida Administrative Code Rule 6A-1.0017 has been added. I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah to talk about weapons possession because I believe there was.
Go before that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If we go to D for aggravated battery, so we're going to scroll down to level 4D. In the last code that was presented, the word injury was struck out, and that should not have been struck out. So a battery where the attacker intentionally or knowingly causes a more serious injury, the word injury needs to be re-added, so that will be re-added for the published code for the school board meeting.
All right, and I'm going to go back to level 4C, threat intimidation. So, okay. We have the CESA definition, but again, we put the CESA definition in quotations, but then we added that this threat, this includes threats to kill with a plan or a furtherance of action. So that would be the example for the level 4. On the aggravated battery, again, the administrative code was added. We took out the information regarding a weapon because that's no longer needed. The definition for aggravated battery explains the weapon portion. Threats to a school, E. We added school-sponsored events and school bus transportation. For F, drug use, possession, use. We remove illegal drug possession or use. I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah to talk about 4H weapon possession.
So for 4H, as discussed at the last school board meeting, we did take out the definitions of firearm and weapon from the
Can
code.
you scroll down so we can see, or up, I'm
My
sorry.
apologies.
Thank you.
So if you now go to 4H, it has the definition for weapons possession from Cessor with a link to the code, but the definitions of firearm and weapon have been taken out. That was at the request of the board at the last meeting. In addition to that, for disruption on campus major, it should say include, not including, so that was changed. And again, the administrative code rule is in that section. For grand theft, we will take out the ... there in the quotes. There is a statutory reference there that says like in accordance with paragraph G, which is not necessary, but I will just take the quotes off and make that more readable. So, but that will not be a substantive change. That's just to let you all know to again remove wherever we had those 3 dots. Okay. For 4K, other dangerous objects, we did take out common pocket knives less than 2.5 inches because we now have the weapons possession section and we took out firearm and weapons. There isn't actually a definition for knives, so I will have Ms. Joyner explain that a little more.
So we do not have a definition for a common pocket knife. What we had in the code where we explained the difference between what was considered a weapon as a knife and what was considered a common pocket knife. So because you guys wanted us to remove the definition for weapons and firearm, we had to remove common pocket knife from K. When area administrators are doing discipline, we will know the difference between a knife and a common pocket knife because it's not in the code anymore. Under 4M robbery, we removed taken, or I think there was, I'm not sure what happened there, Sarah.
I believe it is actually just the comma needed to come out. So because the comma needed to come out, it needed to be a red line in that. And also, theft and robbery is a robbery that involves violence. It had the wrong capitalization there, so we needed to fix that as well. And then for N, for sexual battery, that is the Cessor definition with the administrative code rule.
We need to keep scrolling. We're not good at that.
I know. Okay, on page 59, 4O, sexual harassment, we took out, I believe, the comma, and we had to redline it, so we, including, also the sentence before that, it had natures, and we removed the S.
In addition to that, for sexual harassment in level 3 in the elementary code and in the secondary code, the statute has the I in internet capitalized, so that is something that I will be capitalizing in this version as well. There's also an extra period at the end of the paragraph, so we will be deleting that as well.
And still under 4O, sexual harassment, we remove, this includes undesired sexual behavior. 4P, sexual offenses, the administrative code was added. Same thing with 4S, criminal mischief. 4T, other major.
Can you scroll again, please?
Okay, under 4U, drug sale distribution, we remove excluding alcohol at the board's request. I'm going to turn the bullying back over to you.
For bullying, there is an extra space in the beginning when you take out all of the formatting in the red line, so we will be removing that space. In addition to which, we added the definition of bullying from the Cessor definition, so that is where the additional information is in that section. I want to also remind that we did update the sentence on the bottom of bullying. We changed it from the last meeting. It now says repeated discipline of another nature, and then we put in parentheses, such as repeated fights with the same person might constitute bullying. So if you recall at the last meeting, it said repeated misconduct, and we instead used that sentence instead at the request of the board. For hazing as well, it's just the statutory definition. However, it no longer has an A or a B, so therefore it was just changed to align with how the statute is currently written.
All right, 4Y, simple battery. The only thing we added was the administrative code rule. The same thing with 4Z, sexual assault. Moving on to 4CC, burglary. We added the administrative code. We added the administrative code to DD, homicide, and EE, kidnapping. I'm going to turn the 4FF back over to Sarah because I believe we have the dots there.
So for the 4FF, we will be updating this. So instead of having the dots, we will just take the quotations out. So it will just read more that it'll say the sale, purchase, or distribution of tobacco products. So we will have that in there. Also, for tobacco, it's important to note that there was another dot in here that said for students under the age of 21. We took the under the age of 21 out. We understand that may be that we will be over-reporting to Cessor our tobacco use. However, if we do have a 21-year-old student on our campus that is using tobacco, we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to discipline them. So that was taken out, so that will be reformatted so it's clearer to read. Also, again, it says THS instead of THC, so that will also be changed as well. HH and II were removed because those are no longer needed as local codes because we did determine that Cessor offenses do cover them. And then for JJ, the definition was also updated based on the Cessor definition, and the administrative code rule was added as well.
All right, if we move on to page 64.
So again, on page 64, we did state in here a caveat because we wanted to make sure it was clear to our families that the definitions in this section have been specifically modified for elementary students. However, it is important to note that the definitions provided by the Florida Department of Education through the Student Environmental Safety Incident Reporting, SESR, are the definitions that will be used by school staff when determining if a student has exhibited behavior required to be classified as a SESR offense. So we wanted to clarify that although we have made some of these definitions more elementary friendly, that the SESR definition does apply. Again, in the bottom, we made the same changes to student discipline investigations that were made in the secondary code.
All right, on page 65, on the elementary code, in that this real first paragraph, we took out should and added shall. If you come down to 1L for tardiness, we added this does not include late arrival to school. Repeated tardiness to school may constitute truancy pursuant to section 984.151 Florida statutes. Under 4O, unsubstantiated bullying, we removed the comma behind education, so that's why there's red line. And we did the same thing under 4P, substantiated harassment. On the level 1 consequences, return of property was removed. If we go to level 2 offenses.
Can we stop there for just a minute?
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Just real quick, under the tardiness for truancy, we listed the statute, but we didn't explain it. Is it explained anywhere in the Code of Conduct, like how many late tardies constitutes truancy? Or will the parent have to look up the statute to figure out if they're close to being truant?
There is a section in the Code of Student Conduct on page 39 that states if a student is required by law to attend school, the school will not suspend the student for unexcused absences or truancy. And then it does say on
Ms.
here.
Corin, I'm sorry, can you get a little closer to
My apologies.
One part of it I missed. I don't know if it said how many.
Sure, yes. It does say that it requires the superintendent to report to the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicles the name, date, birth, sex, and social security number of all students 14 to 17 who accumulate 15 absences in a 90-day calendar period. So that's where we were notifying them of their driver's license as well, and the statute for truancy is in there as well.
What constitutes, so it says, because we were discussing tardies, so how many tardies, and is there a length of the, like, there's a difference between being 5 minutes late versus an hour late, so what constitutes a child being tardy? How many tardies do they have to rack up before they're truant?
May I
So for
respond?
truancy, that would be at 5 unexcused tardies, 5 late to schools that are unexcused would count 1 unexcused day.
And the time frame of the tardies?
Dr. Vasquez?
So my
Like how many minutes are we talking?
recommendation, and it's not a substantive change, is that we put the link
Policy J.
on all those areas so that the parent can go straight to it. Board Member Gallo, your tardies are like pregnant, you either are or you're not. So it doesn't matter if it's 5 minutes or if it's an hour, you're tardy. And we have an issue with that too, because we're not consistent in taking attendance, which is something that we're working on as part of our attendance initiatives. But the link, and we mentioned it in a couple of places, we need to insert it so the parents don't have to hunt.
Thank you. So just so that I understand it, if an elementary student is late by 1 minute 15 times in a 90-day period, that parent, unexcused, that parent will receive a letter and their license could potentially be taken away.
5 tardies constitutes 1 unexcused absence. So
Thank you.
if
Okay.
you are late
So we're
5
talking-
times,
okay.
it's 1
absence.
absence. So you would technically need to be late 150 times in a
Okay.
90-day period.
That makes more
to
sense.
be
Thank you.
tardy.
I was getting a little worried, so thank you.
And for clarification, I believe the license is of the student, it's not the parent.
Yes.
But if the student doesn't have a license, then
So that doesn't kick in.
It doesn't.
only- So it's meant as a deterrent.
Okay.
And you would be surprised that it is a very
Yeah, of course.
effective deterrent, because now the parent knows this child can't drive, and it impacts
Everything.
life.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, I was thinking that if the child was underage, then it was the parent's license.
No, ma'am.
No, okay. I see. No. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
So you say you had to correct something on 2? You say you want to do
Glad
something
we
on
cleared
2?
that up.
2?
Are we okay to go now to the level 2 offenses? And I have to add this again. Just to
You might have to add what?
As we go through the level 2 offenses, we did change again, level 2, it's now called physical altercation, so it does not conflict with the assessor definition. And then also to add here for level 2 for gambling for elementary, we will have to add the OMC must report to law enforcement and the assessor statute there as well, just in case they are throwing quarters.
All right, on level 2G, threat intimidation, again, we kept the assessor definition, but we added examples. The elementary is, I think, a little bit more kid-friendly, and this includes nonverbal threats or verbal threats of physical harm to hit, fight, or beat up another person without a plan or action towards them, which are made in person, electronically, or through other means. Under 4Q, electronic violation, we added else, semicolon, or. Is there anything? All right, we're now on level 3, simple battery. Student was removed and person was added, also students and then persons involved. Under 3D, disrespect. Sarah, I'm not sure.
Sure, I can do that. For disrespect, there was a number 8 there, and for some reason, that's supposed to be an asterisk, so that needs to be changed, so we wanted to make sure that we documented that.
You want to take your fight?
And for extortion and blackmail, we also added an asterisk. Anywhere that there is italics in a paragraph under a definition, we just wanted to make sure for formatting that there is an asterisk there. So the same for fighting as well. We added the rebuttable presumption section, which states that if you're breaking up a fight, there's a rebuttable presumption that you're not fighting with the statutory link. And then if you go to 4L, for tobacco, it does say here under the age of 21 still, which is in the statute. We could either keep under the age of 21 in, or we can remove it. I don't believe it's a substantive change to remove it because this is the elementary code, and it wouldn't apply to a student that is 21 years old anyway. So the recommendation is to take out the under the age of 21 here. However, again, I would need to have the input of the board to take those words out.
We're in elementary offenses. Is everybody all right if we take out under 21 so that nobody thinks we're actually retaining elementary kids to the age of 22?
That's what I wanted to make sure. For N, we changed school property to board property. That was just a formatting situation.
All right, under 3Q, we took out inappropriate text messages sent to another student that no one else is supposed to see. Again, that is covered under a level 4. We've added, this does not include any misconduct that would be considered as a level 4 offense on campus. Major, to make sure they understand if it was a major violation, it should be coded as a level 4 assessor. The 3RR was removed, physical aggression on the employee, because we captured that back into 3A, simple battery. 3T, threats and intimidation, same assessor definition, but we've added the example. I'm just going to read the entire definition. An incident where there was no physical contact between the offender and victim, but the victim reasonably believed that physical harm could have occurred based on verbal or nonverbal communication by the offender. This includes nonverbal threats and verbal threats of physical harm to hit, fight, or beat up another person with a plan or furtherance of action, or to kill another person without a plan or furtherance of actions which are made in person, electronically, or through any other means.
The next one for 3V, I just need to point out again that that and needs to be changed to an or. That is not a current red line, but based on the statute, that needs to be changed. So I wanted to make sure we pointed that out.
All right, we're going to move on to the level 4 offenses for secondary. 4A, the definition changed slightly. We did our best to make the definitions in the level 4 more kid-friendly. So having, using, sharing, giving, asking for, selling, buying, or being under the influence of alcoholic beverages. Use means the person is caught using alcohol, admits to using alcohol, or is discovered to have used alcohol. Alcohol incidents cannot be drug-related. Arson, setting a fire, or causing an explosion to board property, school transportation, or any structure whether someone is inside or not. Under threats, it's the same assessor definition. We just made sure we added threats to kill with a plan or furtherance of action. We removed the information that talk about using a weapon. Aggravated battery, striking anyone against his or her will or causing more serious injury on purpose as defined in Rule 6A 1.0017, Section 8G.
That will be taken out now that we are making everything more user-friendly and we're not going to have the statute.
Okay, and then we go on to explain what it looks like, such as great bodily harm, permanent disability, permanent disfigurement, use of a weapon that could badly injure the victim, and then in parentheses, we gave an example, deadly weapon, extreme pain, protracted loss or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, or the student knows or should have known the victim is pregnant. Under 4F, drug use possession, having, sharing, or inappropriately using drugs or any other substance that could change your mood or behavior, or having or using anything represented or thought to be a drug. The use means the person is caught in the act of using drugs, admits to using drugs, or is discovered to have used drugs. H, weapons possession. We took out the definition of firearm and the definition of weapon. Under 4I, disruption of campus major, we remove a significant portion and added the word most. J, grand theft, we took out unauthorized, and it's going to read the taking of property of another person or organization without their permission. So without their permission was added. 4K, dangerous objects. We removed the threatening behavior because that's covered under threats. And again, we removed what we gave as a definition for common pocket knife, because we remove knives from our weapons possession definition. Robbery, we remove the and put a. Remove our custody of another with the intent to, we put keep and took away permanently. So it's going to say the taking or attempted taking of money or other property from a person with the intent to keep or temporarily take away the money or the property by force or threat of force or violence, and or putting the victim in fear. A key difference in grand theft and robbery is that robbery involves violence, a threat of violence or assault, and putting the victim in fear. This includes force to take something from another. Sexual battery, definitely made this one kid-friendly. Doing or attempt to do any sexual act against another person forcibly or against that person's will, with or without an object or body part. All right. All right. 4S, criminal mischief. We made the definition, like I said, more kid-friendly. Purposely destroying, damaging, or ruining public or private property, including acts of ruining with graffiti, keying or scratching a car, or trashing a room, resulting in damages. Under 4U, drug sale distribution, excluding alcohol, the making, buying, selling, or giving away any drug or anything represented to be a drug. This includes any form of payment for any drugs or substances. Bullying, repeated behavior towards another person that causes that person to be afraid, make one person feel weaker than the other, and this behavior is done on purpose. Again, we added repeated discipline of another nature, such as repeated fights with the same person, may constitute bullying. All right, and I am going to turn this next section.
I'm so sorry. Member Byrd has a question.
Where?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We have, I think, 3 more in the level 4 offenses for elementary. I don't know if.
Oh, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Finish.
Here, read them from me.
I got it. I found it. All right, I'm sorry. 4CC, burglary, entering board property or stand on board property or school transportation without permission. 4EE, kidnapping, forcibly, secretly, or by threat, hiding, taking away, or imprisoning another person against his or her will without lawful authority. This includes the taking away of a person. 4FF, tobacco, vaping, nicotine, selling, buying, distribution. The distribution or sale, intention of selling, or buying of tobacco / vaping, nicotine products, or items represented to be of said nature. This offense may include, but is not limited to, electronic cigarettes, CBD oil, jewels, pod, vapors, and hookah pens that do not contain THC or any other illegal controlled substance. Again, we removed 4HH and 4II because they were captured in level 4 that involved Cessor. And then under trespassing, JJ, we took out school, added board. We did some grammar, some clerk. I think there were some misspelled words. We took out the D and added a R. And then we added by school officials. So that covered everything.
Now, Member Byrd?
Okay.
I'm wondering if someone can help me a little bit understand how this is presented to elementary kids in the schools, because I don't recall, and I'm just wondering. There seems to be a lot of language in here and a lot of topics in here that are in direct contradiction to recent laws for talking about and reading and teaching in classrooms. So, I mean, if this was a book being read to our classroom, it would be pulled. I'm just saying. So, how do we share this with kids in the classroom? And that's my first question. And is there any way to maybe, I mean, I realize we have to obviously have a code and violations, but is there a way that it can just be in elementary school, just be up to a parent to reviewing and sending in a signed thing? It has to be reviewed in the classroom?
So our code of conduct has to be reviewed in the classroom, and we don't expect any of our little ones to read the code, right? Especially our K through 2. So the teachers are given a guide, and they are we basically guide them and tell them how to review the code. So this is something that is reviewed with them. So just because the wording is this way, if you're in kindergarten, you may word it a little bit different for your little ones. I don't expect, for example, a kindergartner teacher to cover sexual battery, or I don't with me, but they've seen a copy. Certain things. We also have a Canvas course that's just for elementary, and we cover the most common offenses in elementary, like keeping your hands to yourself, bullying and how to report bullying, taking things, right? So don't take something that doesn't belong to you. How to use your technology responsibly. And even that course is still guided with the teacher. So the students are never expected to review the code or any kind of review by themselves. It's always with an adult. On top of that, we have a kindergarten, first and second grade activity/coloring book. Yes. And I believe you received a copy of it last year. We have updated it. It is in the works, and it's fun. We've actually taken it to an elementary school to get student feedback. And so we know what works, what they like, what they didn't like. It is fun. It is a way for the teacher to cover not only in the beginning of the school year, but throughout the year. So if, I don't know, a cell phone comes out missing, right, it's stolen, that teacher can pull out that activity book, go to that coloring page, and review with their students, our expectations. So it is something that this year we actually did get feedback from the teacher and the students themselves. So you will also be receiving that as soon as they're printed out.
Okay, good. So it's not like this code right here, level 4s are read aloud to elementary age kids, word for word.
With elementary, what we're going over is what they need to know, what happens mostly in the classroom. So we have to cover everything, but the teacher's not really going to go into detail about sexual batteries and, sexual offenses and stuff. We cover sexual offenses. We say we have to keep our clothes on, right? Because when you're looking at elementary, you have sometimes exposure, right? So little ones may be relieving themselves and there's exposure. So in elementary, we talk about the importance of raising your hand if you have to go to the restroom, let the teacher know. We keep our clothes on. We have conversations about our privates are private, right? So something that's, at that elementary school level for them.
Thank you. Anything else, Member Byrd? Okay.
I do believe, too, our parents are encouraged to go over the code with their children.
I should have suggested at the beginning, if you're covering things like board instead of school board, skip over it. I see designee. I just jumped ahead. A lot of times you've had to add the word designee. You can tell us once, then skip over it. If it's, you strike the comma, you can skip over it. So I think since we're following along, anything I want to say that's not substantive, but that, I don't want to confuse that word. Good? To kind of speed up a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. This is level 3 procedures, so this is still technically for sure. For level 3 procedures, there are a lot of grammatical errors, as the chair just stated, so we're going to skip over those where it says designee. The one change on here in step 10, instead of saying the principal supervisor has the final decision-making, it was determined that for level 3 referrals, if there's an appeal, that will go to the director of discipline. So that's that. Now we're on to level 4 procedures. So at the beginning of level 4 procedures in steps 1, 2, 3, and 4, and step 7, there are some grammatical issues, grammatical changes, and some formatting changes that were made. If we go down to step 12, and just to provide a framework, first a student, if they have a level 4 offense, receives their referral, then they have the DTM meeting, which is the meeting at the school. After they have the DTM meeting at the school with the area administrator, they are entitled to have an administrative hearing. If it is for a full exclusion, that would be a hearing pursuant to Chapter 120. That is a formal hearing with evidentiary procedure. If it is a referral to positive pathways, it is a more informal hearing, but it is with an independent hearing officer, and we will be having a new hearing officer next year as well. So after that, there have been some changes recommended or proposed in how we move forward from there. So again, everyone would have their DTM, and then they would have their administrative hearing. After the administrative hearing, it states that if the recommendation of the administrative hearing officer is to uphold the level 4, then the student, parent, or guardian may request a meeting with the executive director of discipline to discuss the recommendation of the area administrator and the administrative hearing officer. That is our current procedure. So after the hearing, a parent can request a meeting. It used to be with Mr. Martinez, Jose Martinez. Now it would probably be with Dr. Brown Cannon. The executive director for discipline will review the documentary evidence and procedural safeguards and provide a recommendation to the superintendent for review. From there, there are some changes. So it now says for level 4 consequences of alternative placement or participation in continuing education services. So these are students that are recommended to positive pathways, or for instance, they're recommended to skills streaming or back on track. It will say the superintendent shall review the executive director's recommendation and shall have the authority to take whatever action she deems appropriate, which may include a lesser discipline consequence. The decision of the superintendent shall be final and binding. That means that for those offenses, they will not come in front of the school board. For level 4 consequences that result in an expulsion as defined in section 1003.016 Florida statutes, these are going to be our big offenses and our zero tolerance offenses as well. So a threat to a school, bringing a weapon on campus, et cetera. The superintendent, it would be the same process again. So DTM, administrative hearing, meeting with the executive director over discipline, a recommendation to the superintendent. And then it will say the superintendent shall then review the executive director's recommendation and shall have the authority to recommend to the school board that the student be expelled or take whatever action she deems appropriate. The superintendent shall notify the parent, guardian, and the principal designee prior to the board meeting at which the board will consider the recommendation. And then for steps 13 and 14, for the offenses that result in an expulsion as defined in section 100310. So in those, for the ones that are full exclusions, the parent, guardian, or student shall have a right to appear before the board. Factual evidence which was not properly presented at either the DTM or administrative hearing may not be presented to the board. The parent, guardian, student is limited to challenging whether the facts as found at the DTM may appropriately lead to the consequence under the code. The school board may reject the hearing officer's finding of fact only if it determines that there is no competent substantial evidence to support the findings of fact. The school board may reject the conclusions of law only if it determines that board policy JIC, Code of Student Conduct, was misinterpreted or applied incorrectly. The school board may reduce or increase the penalty only upon review of the complete record and must state with particularity its reasons by citing to the record to justify the action. And then for full exclusions brought before the school board, and this will be whether the parents or the students come for a hearing or not, the school board will execute a final order memorializing the discipline consequence, and that is pursuant to statute.
Okay. Member Byrd, did you want to? Okay, thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have serious concerns about this policy, and unfortunately, I had to leave prior when we were vetting it at the last work session. But prior to this change, anytime that a student went to positive pathways, and I believe even suspensions were on the board docs and consent, and the board were aware of them. If we had concerns or questions, we could reach out to the district or to those in charge and ask questions. But at the end of the day, if it went through the entire process and the parent still didn't agree, the parent final option was to come to before the board for our determination if we felt that the discipline that was handed out was correct. We've now taken that away. So in my opinion, I feel like there are no checks and balances. It's all of the balance lies within the district, and none of the checks lies with the parent or the student, and that concerns me. There are other districts, and I've mentioned up here before, that go to every discipline hearing. I recognize that in Orange County that's nearly impossible because we're too large. There's not enough of us, and we can't do that. But I did have an incident just this last year, and it wasn't even positive pathways. It was a suspension where I firmly believed that as a district, we got it wrong. I firmly believed as a district we were harming a child. And my only comfort was that it would come before the board and I would be able to say why we were hurting that child and why this needed to be overturned. The district did do the right thing by the student. It happened in September. It didn't get resolved until May. We had a child that was in therapy that I believe, this is my personal opinion, I'm not speaking for a minute, that we caused harm. And so I do have heartburn over the lack of checks and balances. I have heartburn that it's not real clear when you're a parent and a child gets in trouble that when it goes to the magistrate, a magistrate that we as a district hire and pay for, it's not real clear that maybe you should hire an attorney, nor is it really cost effective for parents to be able to hire an attorney to represent them because this is their last shot. Unless you are expelled, there is no going before the board. There is no checks and balances. It's all incumbent upon the district to get it right and make good choices. And I think 99.9% of the time, y'all make great choices and you do good work. And I trust you. I want to make that very clear. It's not about not trusting the district or our employees. It's just about that final check, that final balance, the board having the final say in what happens to the student and giving the student and the parent the ability to come to us and plead their case as a third party, not involved board that could then have input into what happens to that child. And for the majority, we get very few come before the board. A couple we've overturned, several we have not. We've remained. I understand the concerns with Cessor and what that means and certain things, but I'm hesitant and I'm scared because even if it's just one child, that's one child. And that one child, that one parent means a whole heck of a lot to me. And I just want to make sure that there's checks and balances because while we do a phenomenal job, we are human beings. I make mistakes on a daily basis. I get it wrong on a daily basis. And everybody else does too. And that's why there's a need for those checks and the balances so that we first do no harm and we make sure that every student has due process. And by removing this, I feel like we're taking away a part of due process. And I know that we're not required to do by law. I know we're not required to do this by law, but you know what else we weren't required to do by law? Take their cell phones away during lunch, but we're doing it. So I just wanted to throw my concerns and to be on record on where I am with this section of the Student Code of Conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments by board? Dr. Vasquez? Yeah.
So if I may respond to Board Member Gallo's comments and concerns, we have talked about this quite a bit. We looked, number one, at the data, and as she said, very few have come to the board. I believe this year we've had 2 that have come to the board. This change in the policy does allow for more flexibility to lessen the consequence, as opposed to it coming to the board with a consequence and then having to put in an order changing what the superintendent's recommendation is. I disagree about due process. I disagree that parents do not have an opportunity. The specific example that Board Member Gallo cited, the parent went to her, and you brought it to my attention. I took thorough time reviewing all of the information, spoke with legal, asked for additional data, and we were able to make a different decision based on it. Parents still has the ability. In fact, they have more now because they can go to, and it's Karen Furno who will be overseeing discipline. They can still reach out to the board member. They can still reach out to the chief of schools or even the principal leader if they have a concern. We are going to be closely monitoring our data because of the new structure that's in place to ensure that there is consistency. We do have a new hearing officer, and we're prepared to add a second so that there is not as much time between when the offense occurs, when the parent actually has a hearing, and the response to that. So I believe that the board members still have the opportunity for parents or the student themselves to reach out and for us to take a look at it. In my opinion, the staff opinion, this provides us the flexibility that the board requested about being able to reduce the consequence without it coming to the board, and then the board is the one that puts in the order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. Member Felder.
Thank you. I think that I do share some similar concerns that Board Member Gallo has about how we work with the students with this expulsion and expelling. I recall a situation that occurred at one of the schools, and then the kid came, and I just got a letter from the parent of that student. So, you know, I don't think that we are totally remiss in terms of how we work with our students. I was once quoted, one of my constituents, I said, this district, you have to do a whole lot to just get rid of you. I mean, they try to do things to give you an opportunity to get it together, and sometimes maybe we miss the mark. I don't know if it's intentional, but I do understand this. I have empathy and sympathy for parents when they come in and they don't want their children to be expelled. So I don't know how we're going to work that, because sometimes it appears that it's unfair. And I know that some of the situations we have done all that we could. I'm just hoping that when we finally make a decision about how we handle this type of disciplinary procedure, that we, as my mother used to say, we go under every rock and check every crevice and creep and make sure we've done everything possible, because we're in the business of educating and not getting rid of students. We want them here. But I do have some concerns, and I share some of that with you, Board Member Gallo. I do understand what the superintendent is saying and what we are trying to do. And sometimes situations and people make it very difficult for us to do the best that we can to try to make a situation right. And sometimes there's nothing else we can do, but I'm hoping that when we come to the end of it all as a board, that we have dealt with this thing thoroughly and not rushed through it, because that's a person's life. Whether they say it's over, no, it's not. At 35 years old, you'll remember that you had 10 days of expulsion and you didn't get a chance to graduate. You had to get a GED, not by choice, but you had to do it because you could not come back to school. So I just wanted to share that with you, that I have that concern. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a clarifying statement?
Um,
I want to make sure.
You're right.
I want to make sure it's not full exclusions. The full exclusions come to the board.
Absolutely.
It is simply the alternative placements. That's the only thing. And we will still provide the matrix to the board so that you are aware of all of the consequences, the numbers, so you can monitor your schools. So that will still be provided to you. It will just not come in the form of a board document.
All right, thank you. I know when I saw this, I thought long and hard about it, and I think there are good arguments to be made on both sides. I think the one thing that comes back to me is the one student discipline case we had that was not a full exclusion, and the board was pretty split. It was major campus disruption, and whether or not that student's actions whether the student could have predicted that his actions would have resulted in a major campus disruption. So that's one that we would not have heard. The board supported the superintendent's recommendation, but it was, I think that was a good thing for us to hear. So, and I also appreciate your observation about attorneys. There are times when I feel, well, I know that justice is just not equal in our country. If you can afford an attorney, the outcomes are different at all levels. And that troubles me, whether we hear these or we don't, because when they come in with an attorney, they are better represented. So I don't think we can solve that. I think we have the language that, and it would be a substantial change. I think it will be helpful, Superintendent, that we have that data as you have offered, so that we have an opportunity, to reflect on this and to revisit it if at some point, based on feedback that you all, well, I don't know. I think I get a lot of all districts, but I know that you all have a greater responsibility, and based on that, this might be something that we will revisit in the future, but I think we ought to go with what we have and be sensitive to feedback that we hear from any of y'all with the need to bring it back up, okay? Having not heard from anybody else. So we'll move forward.
With that, I am going to ask Ms. Kopesky to come up to discuss the ESE and 504 procedures.
Good afternoon again. You will notice on the next two sections for students who qualify under the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, also lovingly called IDEA, and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, that we pretty much deleted the whole section and then added in what appears to be brand new language. However, it's not. It's just reformatting the information that was already there and then updating it or clarifying it or adding additional information as required under the IDEA or Section 504. So it looks like a big change, but it's not. It's just moved around. So I'll kind of go through each section. The first change, obviously, is to the title. So Previously, the title read Procedures for Students Who Commit Serious Acts of Misconduct Eligible Under the IDEA, Suspension Removal. And then we just took out, moved suspension removal to the front and shortened the title a little bit. The next change involves the introductory section. The information in the current introductory section includes information regarding suspension, manifestation, and appeal. However, in the new red line, we were proposing removing that information and adding it to the chart below so it can be easily located and referenced. A clarifying point is also added in this section and updated from the current points of clarification to let parents know that this section also applies to students where OCPS had knowledge that the student may be a student with a disability before the behavior occurred. In addition, a statement is added to let parents know that the disciplinary procedures for levels 1 through 4 provided in the code apply to all students, including students with disabilities. And this information is in the introductory paragraph and paragraph beginning with "please note." In addition, a clarifying point is made regarding gifted students or students who have an educational plan only, so they only have the educational plan, they are not a student with disabilities as well. That says that these students are disciplined in the same manner as their non-disabled peers. So again, it looks like a lot of changes, but it's really just moving information around. I got it. For this section, it before had steps, and I think that was confusing for some of our parents with children with disabilities because they thought that only this applied to their child. They didn't understand that the levels 1 through 4 also applied. So we wanted to change that a little bit and make it more like this is just additional information for you if you have a child that falls under the IDA. Again, it contains the same information, it's just cleared up a little bit. So the first section would be for suspensions. And it was updated to align with the IDEA, Florida statutes, and Florida Administrative Code. And it talks about suspension days. So a student may be removed from their current placement to an appropriate interim alternative setting, another setting, or suspended without continuing educational services for up to 10 school days in a school year. And that's basically your out-of-school suspension for students with disabilities, but we can't go past that 10 days. The 10 days can be consecutive, meaning 10 days in a row, or it can be cumulative, meaning that it's a total of 10 school days throughout the school year for similar behavior. The student, according to the IDA, a removal from the student's current placement is permitted for these 10 school days, and we do not need to provide continuing educational services or determine whether the behavior causing the offense is related to the student's disability. However, it is recommended that if the IEP team notices a pattern of behavior, they should review the student's misconduct as early as possible, so even before that 10 days. So if they see the student doing the same thing over and over, they should review that to determine if additional behavior supports need to be implemented. Once a student's been removed from their current placement for 10 school days, consecutive or cumulative, as detailed herein, OCPS must provide continuing educational services to the student. However, it is important to note that the manner in which these services are provided may vary depending on the student's disciplinary placement. So then the next section, I'm going to try to get it all on the screen, is for manifestation determination. You'll see that there's 3 sections in here now. The first was suspension, next is manifestation determination, and the last is the appeal. So in the manifestation determination section, instead of reading it to you, because that's a lot to read, I'm just going to give you kind of an overview. So again, language from the introductory section was placed in here, and current procedures were combined into this section. The language was updated to align with the IDEA statute and Florida Administrative Code. And this section includes a definition of the manifestation determination, who the IEP team members are, so that's going to be your second paragraph. The manifestation determination outcome, that'll be your third paragraph with corresponding bullet points. Our requirement to provide the procedural safeguards to the parent or guardian, and consideration of a functional behavioral assessment or positive behavior intervention plan. The section does remove the following information: references to an ESE staffing procedures handbook, as this document is no longer in effect. Notice to the parents of the meeting, as this is already included in the procedural safeguards mentioned in this document, or in this information. and potential consequences, as those are already detailed within the Code of Student Conduct, and again, we didn't want to confuse parents. For the appeal section, majority of this language was taken from the current Step 8 that is in the Code of Student Conduct, which requires a staffing specialist to inform the parent of the right to appeal. The language follows the IDEA and procedural safeguards that are provided to the parents, and also adds the ability for a parent to request a district review of the manifestation. In addition, the current language regarding placement pending an appeal is updated to state that the student will remain in the interim alternative education setting pending the outcome of the appeal as permitted by the IDEA. There is also an additional sentence being proposed that clarifies if the parent is contesting the discipline itself, then the parent should follow the level 1 through 4 procedures in the code, and that's going to be that last sentence there in the appeal. That is for students under the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, so those are students with an IEP. We did pretty much the same thing under Section 504, but there are a couple of differences. So again, changed the title and then removed a lot of the information that was in the introductory paragraph to the chart below. Separated the chart, or took it out from being steps and separated into 3 sections: suspension, manifestation, determination, and appeal. The information in the current introductory section includes information regarding the suspension, manifestation, and expulsion. So that was all removed and moved to the chart below. The same clarifying point added under the IDEA regarding OCPS having knowledge that a student is a student with a disability before the behavior occurs is also added here. And the statement that that lets parents know that the disciplinary procedures for levels 1 through 4 apply to all students is also added here. Again, you'll see the suspension. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you because it pretty much is the same thing. It's the 10 school days, consecutive or cumulative through the year. We're not required to provide the continuing educational services, but if the Section 504 team notices a pattern of behavior, they should take a look at that with the student and parent and see if they need to make any changes to the Section 504 plan. The manifestation determination section, as with the IDEA portion of the code, the language from the introductory section and current procedures were combined. A note was added to state that Section 504 does not use the term manifestation determination. Rather, under Section 504, they say we are required to evaluate the student before we change their placement for a discipline incident. However, the US DOE in their guidance also references it as a manifestation determination. In order to use consistent language in both sections, we went ahead and said that that's what we term it as well. And then the rest of the language in the section was updated to align with Section 504, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and Florida statute, as well as the US DOE guidance on disciplining students with a Section 504 plan. This section also includes that definition of a manifestation determination, who must be invited to the meeting, and the manifestation determination outcome. So within this outcome, which is your 3rd paragraph with the bullet points underneath, it's going to tell you what happens if the behavior is determined to be a manifestation of the student's disability, if the behavior is not a manifestation of the student's disability, if the behavior involves the use of a weapon, possession of drugs, or serious bodily harm. If a student with a Section 504 plan is recommended for expulsion and the behavior is not a manifestation of a student's disability, so that's a difference between 504 and IDEA. Under the IDEA, we cannot fully exclude a student without continuing educational services, but under Section 504 you can, if it's not a manifestation. So that caveat was added in there. And then also under Section 504, we are not required to hold the manifestation determination meeting for the use of illegal drugs or alcohol. And the student in that situation may be disciplined in the same manner as their non-disabled peers. There is also a note that says if a student with a Section 504 plan has been referred for an evaluation under the IDEA before the violation of the code occurred, that the IDEA manifestation determination procedures will be followed. So say you have a student with Section 504 plan, they're being evaluated for possibly eligibility under the IDEA, then they would follow the IDEA procedures and not these. And then the same thing for the appeal. If the parent disagrees with the manifestation determination, instead of having a hearing with the Division of Administrative Hearings in Florida, they would do it with an administrative hearing officer within Orange County. We hire outside attorney to hear those hearings, or they can request a district review of the manifestation. If the parent does not agree with the discipline investigation or disciplinary due process, again, they're referred back to the levels 1 through 4 procedures discussed previously in the code.
Okay, we have a couple of comments, questions, starting with Vice Chair Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so my first question is, it says on 91, it says, and this wasn't my initial question, but I'm reading this. If a parent or guardian disagrees with the manifestation determination made by Section 504 team, the parents' guardians may appeal the decision by requesting a district review of the manifestation determination or requesting a due process hearing before an administrative hearing officer with the School Board of Orange County, Florida. Does that mean that's not coming before the board, that's just the administrative hearing officer that the school board has hired?
Correct.
Okay.
Because if, like I just said previously, under IDA, it says with the Division of Administrative Hearings, so we are trying to clarify that it's different here.
So when a child with a disability gets suspended, say it's for hitting a teacher, hitting a student, usually the suspension happens. And then there's a while before that manifestation hearing can happen. And so what I've seen is the student will have served their 10 days out of school, and 10 days out of school for a student with disabilities is exponentially worse for that child than a non-child with unique abilities. And if the manifestation hearing happens and then it's overturned, the student most likely has already served the suspension. So within this, are we looking at ways that we can have them happen quicker so that the child's not out 10 days only to find out from the manifestation or find out from the hearing that it was in fact due to manifestation and they shouldn't have served those 10 days? Or it doesn't matter what happens in the manifestation hearing, that child would still be required to serve the 10 days because they did hit somebody even though it was a product of their manifestation? If you could clarify that for me.
I think I followed that. Did you follow that? Okay, yeah.
Yes, but
there was a couple of questions in there.
Yeah, no, there was.
You're
Thank
okay. This kind of brings discipline into. So if you're talking for a level 4 offense, it says that a student will be suspended for the 10 days, and then a recommendation for expulsion. They'll have the discipline team meeting, everything like that. The manifestation determination typically happens with the discipline team meeting, and the reason we do that is because you're required to review the facts and determine if it actually happened. But under our code, that authority for a level 4 is given to the area administrator. So we typically schedule the manifestation meeting with the discipline team meeting, and that's where the part where it comes in with discipline. I don't want to speak for them, but I know previously when I worked with them, they tried to schedule the discipline team meetings as quickly as possible, especially when it came to an ESE or 504 student. But I will let Ms. Joyner, am I correct? She said I'm correct.
Because we had an incident at one of my schools where a child did hit a teacher. It was fairly bad. She was suspended immediately, and then the manifestation hearing didn't even happen until after she'd served the 10 days. So I'm trying to make sure, because I understand that we have to adhere to the guidelines set forth, but those meetings are happening simultaneously. That that we're having the discipline meetings at the same time we're having the manifestation hearings or the meetings, so that it can be a termination, so that if that child doesn't need to be out 10 days, that we bring that child back to school quicker rather than later, because as the learning loss for our students with unique abilities is?
So when we have a ESC student with a level 4 offense, we do our best to have their meeting as quickly as possible. We try to have their meeting sometimes within 5 days. Sometimes we run into the problem of making sure everybody from the ESC side of the house is available, to be at the meeting. We need to make sure the parent, attends the meeting also. But we do our best to have it within that 10-day period, so we can get the child back in school if it's determined to be a manifestation of their disability.
And I appreciate that, and I know that y'all do everything the best that you can. Logistics does come into play, and it is extremely difficult to get everybody scheduled in a timely manner. So again, I'm just going to voice my concerns with our ESC students. Just really, once they're suspended, making sure that manifestation happens as quickly as possible, so that if it is determined that their conduct was a manifestation of their disability, that we get them back in school as quickly as possible, and maybe we review their IEP or their plan and maybe up their services, because if they're acting out, if something's happening, maybe we need to provide more services, more behavioral support, something so that we can have a behavior modification so that we can get that behavior under control, because we all want our teachers and our staff to be safe and our administrators to be safe. None of us up here want them not to be safe, but we also want to make sure that a child with unique abilities is getting the services that they need as well, and that the time spent is time spent well and should be time spent in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Front.
Okay, I don't know if this applies completely to what we're doing, but it is about the 504s, and it is about the discipline. So from what I'm reading, I also had an incident at one of my schools. A child was huge disruption in class. Students are there, injured a teacher. So they receive the same discipline then as a regular level 1, 2, 3, 4? Or it is all determined on whether they, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
On whether it's like a manifestation of their 504 or their disability.
So let me make sure this is close. All students receive the same referral. So that's to start, regardless of a student's needs. Every student, if you commit a level 4 offense, you receive the referral and you receive the consequence. When it comes to, do you want me to? Go ahead. Okay. When it comes to students, Sarah Kopesky and I kind of both work in these areas. So when it comes to a student that is ESE or 504, if they have a level 4 offense, for instance, or if they've been suspended, they can be suspended out of school for no more than 10 days. So after that, the manifestation determination team is what determines what that consequence will be or won't be over those 10 days. So if you do so it is possible that the discipline consequence is different. However, there is still a response. So for instance, if you have an ESE student who brings a gun to school, and a non-ESE student, the general education student that does not have an IEP, if it's verified, they would have a full exclusion. That ESE student, if it is not a manifestation of their disability, they would go to positive pathways for the same amount of time as the full exclusion. But if it is a manifestation, they might only go for 45 days. So there is a difference when it comes to the manifestation portion as to what that consequence would be. But all students from a discipline standpoint receive the same referral, the same report to assessor, and an equitable response from the get-go. Do you want to add to that?
Nope, she stated it perfectly.
Okay, that makes sense. I think the only thing I would love to see is more of maybe better communication from administration, whether it's principal, with families of students who have been in the room or were around the student when this occurred, and letting them know. Obviously, we can't say details about the student if they have a 504 or not, but to say this did occur, we are taking disciplinary action, something like that, because I think we've talked about that before, but just making sure that those kind of things are we're really just making sure parents are aware. I just received so many emails of parents trying to figure out what was going on and such like that, so. Okay.
Okay, I need clarification. So I understand what the vice chair is saying, that that 10 days is a material amount of learning for them. And I understand from the district standpoint, as you were saying, the logistics of getting that meeting in time for that. But I'm also looking at the information on page 86, and you all covered this, where we can only, as I understand it, we can only take them out of their appropriate learning environment for a cumulative of 10 days out of the whole year. So it's easy for me to imagine, maybe it doesn't happen, but it's easy for me to imagine that one event happens and they're out for 10 days, regardless of whether it was a manifestation or not, just because it could take that long for us to make that determination. And then another event happens, and the second event, we can't take them out of that environment at all, regardless of the manifestation determination or the seriousness of the level 4. So stay with me a minute. Okay. So in that second case, so we have a second case where I caught her looking at her phone.
I was rescheduling my afternoon.
Oh, okay, good. I was going to take it and put it in my pocket.
Nancy can verify.
Okay, so the first time, they've been out 10 days, and that's the max. Second time, another level 4, we can't take them out of that classroom. So what I'm wondering is if I can't take them out of that classroom. I'm still struggling with this. I'm trying to figure out, go ahead, am I missing something?
Yes.
Oh, good, thank you, help me.
So I might be able to help because
Thank you.
it's not clear that up. So the 10 days is out of school suspension days. So 10 days without continuing educational services, which would be your out of school suspension. However, we are permitted to continue to use PASS or in-school suspension so long as the student continues to receive their services as detailed on their IEP or Section 504 plan. So in your example you were giving, a student gets a level 4, they're out of school for 10 days, we've used up their 10 days, and then they get a level 4 for a different type of behavior, perhaps. And at that point, maybe it's not a manifestation. So we can actually place that student in PASS until the manifestation meeting can happen, so long as the school continues to provide them their services. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So well, that's good. So what I was thinking is, since there is this opportunity to have this other educational setting, is it possible, if they're reviewing the manifestation determination, to, instead of having them out of school, can they be in that alternative setting instead of suspended?
So principals don't typically, if you have a student with an IEP or Section 504 plan, they won't suspend automatically 10 days out of school. They might say you get 3 days out of school and then 7 days of PASS, so they're still coming and getting their education, and they don't use up all the 10 days for one offense, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. That's what I was trying to figure out, how to prevent them being out for the 10 days, only to determine they shouldn't have been out, but they were already out, and so pretty hard to make that up. So what you're saying is that doesn't necessarily happen, doesn't have to happen. Okay. So the ideal thing is, if there's a question about the manifestation, would be to reduce the amount of time that they're actually suspended as much as possible. Dr. Vasquez, does that make sense to you, and is that what we do?
Well, so when we're working with students with disabilities, it really is a case-by-case situation. And a lot of the remarks that Board Member Gallo made in reference to really taking a look at the behavior, if they have multiple incidents, then we really need to go back. Is the BIP or are the services that they are supposed to be getting not sufficient enough? And so we do, for the most part, it's unusual to have a student's meeting not occur within that 10-day frame because they know that they only have a total of 10 days. And so they use those very judiciously, yet sparingly, thank you. So I would say that depending on the offense, right, you would see that the child would go into pass, continue to get their services while they gather the team. Sometimes the delay is on the part of the parent. The parent may want an advocate. A parent may want certain people that cannot make it within that window of time, and then that's out of our control. But for the most part, they will use that combination of pass and out-of-school suspension to really minimize the number of days that are out. I do want to say that this year we're also implementing the self-contained classrooms at the middle school and the high school level, that because currently you have our students who are EBD in a self-contained classroom in elementary, and then they don't have that structure at middle schools. And so not a lot of times, but there are instances where they're not getting the necessary support, and so we see them getting into trouble. So we expect, and we will be monitoring how this model better supports the students. So we'll be taking care of the discipline data. We'll be looking at the how the child is doing academically, as far as attendance, to see if this is a model that we want to replicate. So I think that's also going to assist in seeing fewer of our students with disabilities who have not had that additional structure and support in place. Our team works very closely, hand in hand with our principals and our staffing specialists when they are looking at the discipline of a student with disability to ensure, we are not going beyond the 10 days. If we do go beyond the 10 days and we run into, we need to offer compensatory education, it gets very, very complicated. I would be remiss if I didn't say that we do have situations, like we've had a student with disabilities that had a hit list. And we were not able to convene the team right away within that 10-day frame. And so we made a decision based on safety that the child would be out, I think it was an additional 2 or 3 days. And then we reconvened and were able to remedy and provide the supports that this child needed. So there are very, very few times when they go beyond the 10 days, but the team works very hard to get those in first, which is why sometimes something that may have occurred sooner with a non-disabled child, that meeting gets pushed back so that we can meet within that 10-day time frame.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking that maybe we could, maybe we talk outside of the meeting about whether there's any data that you could share with the board, just so that we understand how often students are out the 10 days only to find that it was a manifestation, it might have changed. I don't know how hard that is. Maybe we can talk about offline and see.
We can look at that.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Back to you, Ms. Kapowski. Oh, I'm sorry, you're Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to say that I think that really kind of shoring up the gap between elementary and middle school is going to be a huge service to our students with unique abilities, because that was one of the things where they did get lost in that middle school. It's huge to go from a self-contained classroom in elementary, and the middle school's tough for everyone. It's scary. And so it's especially scary for our children for unique abilities. So I know that Dr. Vasquez and I've talked about this before, but I'm just happy that we're addressing that. And I did want to make a correction because I misspoke. The student I was referring to was only out for 5 days, and then I do think she came back in while she was waiting for that manifestation hearing. I just want to make sure, so when we talk about that they're still providing services while they're in PASS, if a student were to have a one-to-one para, that one-to-one para would be in PASS with them, working with them continuously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Can I add one more thing to
Please.
the 10-day that I forgot to mention earlier? Under the IDA, we are required to provide parents with a 10-day notice before we have a meeting. So that's another barrier that we face as well, because parents have to waive those 10 days if we wanted to have the manifestation sooner. So the IDA. Federal law? Yes. So
Anything else?
That was all I had.
All right, we're back to y'all.
Okay. No, a few more. Okay, so if we go now to page 93, we are in the home stretch, and it is just some grammatical errors, grammatical changes that I wanted to just point out. I will not go through every single one of them, but we did change how we cited to the statute and how we cited to Title IX of the Education Amendments Act of 1972. So we did make those changes through the Title IX procedures. And then also, if you go to the felony suspension procedures on page 97, we have also changed where it just said Florida law. We added the statute in there as well. I'm going to scroll through so you can see it. And then lastly, if you go to page 98, which is the last page where we have procedures for early reentry of fully expelled students, we took out a comma and just made some other grammatical changes in there as well. And that is the end of this presentation of the Code of Student Conduct.
Awesome.
Unless
Wow.
you have additional questions.
Ha. No. I'm happy to say, no. No, I have a question for the board. It's 3:08. We have two choices. We can continue through, we can take a break and come back. Huh? Oh, we have the BEDH. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Chair, may I just?
Yes, yeah, how we're going to handle the changes that we discussed.
So Chair, the two outstanding issues that I still have on my list are regarding the watches, and if we're just going to put on the poster, when we also say that we are sending home phone, you'll get your phone back at the end of the day, that you could wear your watch but not use it for phone type purposes. And then the other question was regarding the placement of the phone in the pocket.
Yeah, I think those are the two immediate ones. Anything else
If
that
I
we're
missed
missing?
something, please let me know, but those were the two that I
Okay.
had written down that were still outstanding.
Okay, so on the pocket issue, I remember the board was not 100% comfortable with the determination that that was a substantial change. So we can advertise it and bring it, I mean, literally start advertising now, approve what we have, and then come back to potentially change the pocket location.
Chair, it would not, you could, I believe, and Ms. Umval, correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot advertise a change to this code of student conduct until we've approved
Is
the
that,
student code of conduct. So
okay.
is that correct, or am I mistaken?
No, I think they're parallel changes. You're going to make new changes, so I think you can go ahead and advertise. I have to get my lady who does she does all the calendaring and know when the advertisements due. Sorry. We would have to, once we advertise, we have to have the red line ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I think back to Sarah's point, we would have to, you can't use the red line that we have now. You'd have to accept all the changes in the red line we have now and then add the new red line. So yes, I think we're going to have to wait till advertise. We can advertise after August 1st.
Member Ferrant, you want to speak to this, or while we're trying to figure out logistics of possible options? Okay.
So just to clarify, so you're saying we cannot remove pocket, like just the word, remove the word pocket and add in parentheses next to watches, as long watches need to be used for its intended time-keeping purposes or something. You can't do that at this point while you're doing a red line fixing of that.
Oh, sorry,
Ms. Envall?
I still think pocket is a substantive change, and I believe I've polled there's 4 of us in the office, from the office here today, and we all came to the same conclusion.
So to clarify my understanding of what the board can and can't do, and Ms. Enval, you and I may debate this. I think the board physically can vote to do that. Well, I know we can. I think that we would be going against the legal recommendation. But I think we have the right to disagree with the legal interpretation. One significant concern in general, not that it would necessarily pertain to this, is if we do something and it's questionable and somebody challenges us, we're in a court of law and they look at what took place in the meeting. And when you have your general counsel advising you not to do it, it certainly makes prevailing in a lawsuit over the issue of whether it was substantial extremely challenging. So that's just a reality. So it's the reason that I have generally, on something as significant as rulemaking where it's statutorily defined, I've generally not been in support of that. And if there's a workaround that we could do that gets us to that outcome reasonably quickly, my preference would be to use that approach. But that doesn't mean, I am still only one vote unless it's a tie, and then I'm 2 votes, and I really try really hard never to be in that position. So Member Farrant, back to you.
Just one more thing. Is it something then, so if we're waiting, we agree with this till August 1st, we come back, we redo it, we make our small little minor changes. When we're discussing things with principals and such, can we let them know that this is what our expectation will be after August 1st? Like, this is what we would be, like the no pocket and what was our other change? And the watches.
So
Just so that they're aware and they don't have to wait until August 1st and be confused.
Can I clarify one thing, just to be clear about when you say we, when you're talking about we, you're talking about the district? Yeah, okay.
I think to answer your question, yes, I think that you can go ahead and pass move forward with the policy the way it's written. We can advertise as soon as we can to remove the word pocket. We'd have to go through the same rulemaking process because rulemaking is very specifically defined in Chapter 120. But I think the direction in the training piece to staff can include the fact that it's going to be removed, but it's not now. And if that makes it easier, I think that's an easier change that staff can implement when they do their training.
However, I do just want to point out that if a student did then have it in their pocket, I don't believe that they could be disciplined for having it in their pocket until the code of conduct is changed.
Right.
So that is just something to make sure was clarified.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. I am concerned about the confusion and the chaos that this will cause for our students and our faculty. It's confusing, but what is the cost implication of doing this? So because the new version will not be approved until after school begins. So what is the cost implication of putting forth this student code of conduct as is, and then putting forth a second one 30 days later that is altered? It will be altered slightly, but I do know that we do some printing for our elementary schools and such, so I would like to know just an estimate of what this might cost a district. I'd like to be financially responsible.
I can start, but I'll let Demicky Joyner finish off. We used to print physical copies of the Code of Student Conduct for everybody, and we found that was kind of a waste of taxpayer resources because most people got it and then recycled it or threw it away. So the online version is definitely, with technology, is definitely the way that we have gone. I don't know how many we have printed, but we always tell them that they do have the ability to have them printed. I know we used to print reserved box full of them. I don't think we always went through them. So I'll defer to Mickey if she knows more information than I do.
No, we don't print the student code anymore. It's online.
Even for elementary school, like kindergarten, they don't have a little coloring book. I thought they had a coloring book that they worked through.
We do have a coloring book, and the coloring book will not have the definition for
okay.
cell phone where
Okay,
you
so there's
can-
really no cost implication.
The only implication would be that we would have to have teachers then tell students that there's been a change in the code, and the student would
is
have to go
confusing.
online and recertify that they were told.
Which is costing our teachers time.
But it's
In the classroom.
just Pocket, so I don't,
Confusion.
I'm not, it wouldn't be a long training in any way, shape, or form.
You would have to just go in and review with the students the cell phone policy again,
Just that one policy.
if that's the only thing that we're going to change, yes.
And then the change in on the watches. So they just have to review those quickly, and then we'd have to get the student to once again sign another form.
Correct.
I believe, though, it's all signed electronically now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all signed electronically, but
Okay.
it's still collecting signatures. Thank you.
Dr. Castellano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the previous school year with Ocoee High School. They did a pilot without this policy, and they were able to provide restrictions for the use of the cell phone. What's preventing us from making a policy or a procedure where we tell the students they have to have the phones in their backpack or purse? Those are both allowed in the policy, but what?
And I
go
would
ahead.
have to bring up the old language if you could give me a moment, but it's my understanding that the old language did have some principal discretion in there about when cell phones could be used, which is why the cell phone policy this year was tightened up, because it did have language that said that principals had the discretion of how cell phones would be used on campus between bells, et cetera. So therefore, we had some schools, for instance, and it was brought up where the student went from school A to school B, and at school A, they were allowed to use their cell phones during lunch, and then at school B, they were not. So the prior policy, the prior code of conduct did allow that. It did previously say, hold on, let me see. It said, these standards apply to all students in the public schools of Orange County unless an exemption is granted by the principal. Any request for a request of an exemption shall be made to the principal. So that language was in there, and there was also, it also said, however, cell phones, headphones can be used during the school day if, oh no, that is not that, but it did have the principal exemption in there. So because of that, it allowed for principals to kind of make their own rules. Yeah, so Dr. Vasquez also.
Dr. Vasquez.
Question. We move forward with the changes that are not substantive.
Dr. Vasquez.
Sorry. We're going to get new microphones. And then, are we able to put out temporary management directive that point to the changes that in the revision of the code of conduct after it was advertised, the board found Pocket? We would describe what that is, and so we are in the process of changing that, but effective immediately, we will delete or we will not allow the cell phones to be in the pocket. That way we don't have to worry about additional training. They'll go through the process, make the changes to the code, and then it's really then just a matter of rescinding that management directive, and we haven't violated any rulemaking policy.
I like it.
My attorneys are shaking.
No,
I can feel the vibration.
We
my
think that
concern,
would
Dr.
circumvent.
Vasquez,
yes.
is that the management directive is for management, but if the rule for the student is published for the parents and the families that says a cell phone can be in the pocket, I imagine if a student was then disciplined for having their cell phone in their pocket when the Code of Student Conduct says that it's allowed, it could create a potential adversarial experience.
Okay. I'm going to go out of order for just a minute and take Vice Chair Gallo's comment, and then we'll come back to you, Member Castellano.
I'm changing my position. I don't care if they have them in pockets. Let them have them in a pocket.
Member Castellano.
I don't think that's a change in Ms. Gallo's position.
You don't?
She said she doesn't care if they're in the pocket. That was her original position. She wanted them in the pockets. No, I'm kidding. Surely we can come up with a way to make this easy. I don't understand why this is so difficult. I liked your recommendation, and let's just do it. And if someone wants to sue us, well, we've got a whole office full of lawyers. No, I'm just saying, I'm sorry. But we have some defense here. Come on. I mean, I know it's not, there's got to be some common sense here. I know there's this legal tug, but there's got to be, I know y'all are smarter than I am, but we've got to figure out a way to communicate with the parents and the teachers and the staff and the students. And maybe we don't have the discipline until it's official. Maybe we have the redirection until then. Did I solve it?
I'm
sorry.
One problem I see right this minute is that we may not have the same consensus as a board that we had before. So I'm personally putting a pause on this whole conversation until I can figure out where the board is, So, Dr. Vasquez.
So we did say that we're going to take the first couple of weeks to just look at getting students to understand what the changes are, verbal warnings. If we approve August 1st, we advertise the changes August 2nd. I think that takes us to right after maybe Labor Day, where we would be able to enact the changes. So what we could do is maybe stretch the time that we are getting kids to understand our stance, and then implement on the date after the new code is approved, if they don't change their mind.
Okay, that sounds
Sure.
like. Go ahead,
Looking
Ms.
at our
Campbell.
calendar, it looks like your first meeting in September is September 12th. So knowing that assuming you pass the Code of Student Conduct on August 1st, we could bring back the revision to you on September 12th.
Okay. So that's an option.
And then, just to clarify, is the revision just removing pocket, or is the revision also putting in a sentence that a student can wear their watch and use it for time-telling purposes,
It would
but
be
not
both.
for other? And is that a good way to write that language, or would you like some other proposed language?
Okay.
And I'm sorry to throw a wrench in that, I want to be completely clear before we leave so that I know exactly what my direction is.
All right, let me, I'm queued up next, but let me hear from Member Salamanca.
You had brought up a specific language around the watch earlier that I think the board liked, which was the use versus, you used two different terms. Remind me again what it was. It was like use versus something.
So right now, when it comes to watches, it says that you're allowed to possess a watch.
Right, possess.
Or possess a wireless device, and then it says you're not allowed to use it. But then it does say that the designated area for the wireless device would be in the pocket, purse, et cetera. So if there is a revision, my recommendation would then have something for parentheses that says, the designated area for an Apple Watch or other similar device would be on a student's, pocket, purse, whatever you're putting it, or wrist, provided that they're using it for timekeeping purposes or other approved matters for a health plan or otherwise. And that way you would just encompass all of that information right there.
That wording sounds good to me.
Okay. Okay. If we were going to make that change, honestly, if we're talking about kids that have diabetes and maybe monitoring their blood sugar, not all of them are going to have a watch. Some of them are going to be doing it, I think, through an iPhone, or a phone. So I think if we were going to modify that, for health reasons, we need to modify it so that it's more comprehensive. So, okay. Dr. Vasquez, I'm going to get my turn, but go ahead. I want to hear, no, please, go ahead.
My recommendation is that the changes that we're making, the verbiage, the exact verbiage is emailed to the board members so that they have an opportunity to look at it and make sure it captures what we have said here. Since we have time, we have a few days before it's approved. I think we have about 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. That way, there will be no question about those two changes. Is it two changes?
Yes, we have
It's just two changes.
Okay. So I'm the last man or woman standing right now. So one question I had is, do the majority of the board members feel like we should eliminate the ability to carry a phone in your pocket? And the reason that I was persuaded that that might not be such a good idea is if it is true that we have students that do not have backpacks, and we don't have a plan to provide them with a backpack, that changes my opinion, because I don't want a student not being able to bring their phone, their safety device in my mind, to school, because there's no way they can comply with our code if they don't have a backpack. So based on that, I changed my mind about where I would come down on this. I just want to make sure whenever we adopt something that we've thought through all of the what ifs, and that was a what if I hadn't thought of. And it occurs to me that maybe we could in some way determine who is that population, is that a real issue, before taking away the pocket option. Because we've all said there are constituents we're not hearing from as we go through this. And on this one, I'm really nervous about the students, the very students who might not have access to a backpack, might also be the very students who need that safety device. And so for safety reasons, I'm just reluctant to commit to a decision without more information. Obviously, I could be the minority, pardon me? What about a child in a wheelchair? Okay, so anyway, I don't know if there's an opportunity in this window while we're advertising. Before we actually voted, we could still be advertising, but before we vote, could we vote with more information than we have? Because I think I was assuming every child had a backpack, you know? Huh? So I'm going to ask for consensus on, does the majority of the board still want to remove the option of a pocket? So we have 1, 2 in favor. Who else is in favor? 3, 4. We have 4, and be clear about this, you do not want them to be able to use their pocket, right? Okay, so we have 4, and we have 4 of us who think they should have access to the pocket. Because if I'm remembering right, that's where Member Gould was. So I just said, how many minutes ago did I say, I split the time, I have that second vote, and I try really hard not to use it. Okay, yes, Member Salamanca.
Just to your point on the backpacks, I think there's a very strong correlation on the students who do not bring a backpack with the students that have a discipline issue. It's on purpose. They just bring a pencil, maybe a piece of paper. I'm not saying all of them. Some of them might not have financial access to backpacks, but I know from my experience, majority of students who show up without a backpack is because they don't care about keeping track of anything. So this is kind of we're putting the students without a backpack, we're giving them a pocket to put their cell phone in, and the only thing that they're going to carry around is probably a pencil and a cell phone, and we're saying that's fine. So I have an issue with that. I think it's counterproductive to this entire policy. And that was how it was back when I was in high school. I know exactly the kind of students that were not bringing backpacks, and I checked with my interns of 6 in Colonial and Lake Nona, and they all verified the same thing, that it is a highly correlated population of students who just show up with a pencil. And their laptop. Sometimes.
Well, we have a split vote. Yes, please.
I just feel like too, if it is a discipline thing, are we able to know, is it majority? The majority of the time it's because of a discipline issue, correct?
So, first of all, we are not going to be able to get you that data because it would require us polling the schools and then the schools remembering from last year which students they knew of didn't have a backpack. It is true that the vast majority of the students that do not bring a backpack are because we have told them they cannot for safety reasons.
Okay.
So if we're okay then saying that they are not allowed to have a cell phone, that means they could bring it to school, they would turn it in to administration, and they could pick it up at the end of the day. I mean, I don't feel comfortable with some of the students, I'm not judging, but if they need a cell phone for their parents to get in touch with them, and I'm not disagreeing with the stats, I would just not want that on me if something did happen. And so we would work, it's not a large number of students, but we would have to work with the school on what that process would be if this child requires a cell phone and how they would turn that in. Typically, these students get searched in the morning, so that could be part of that process where they are searched and then they turn in the cell phone, and in the afternoon they would pick up the cell phone.
So under that scenario, I don't know how many it is either, and that's why I really don't like this situation, because now I'm picturing school day ends, all these students, however many it is, go to the office to retrieve their phone before they go home. I don't know if they're taking a bus. I don't know if they're missing the bus. If it's the same, if we've taken away their backpack because of the threat that they pose to us, I still don't feel great about taking away their safety device. But your idea would resolve that as long as they checked it in. So that is an option. I don't know how logistical it is. And so that brings me back to, if we did advertise, if we knew we were going to bring this back, and if we could gather that data at the beginning, not talking about last year's, gather at the beginning of the school year, how many students do you have that are banned from a backpack, and then talking to those principals about logistically, can they manage that? At least the board, when it came time for a vote, we could right now agreed, we're going to advertise, we're going to move forward, but when it came time for actual decision making, we'd have more data than we have today. Could that, can everybody be okay with that approach? Okay? Yeah, if you, okay, no problem. No problem. If you have some more options, that's one option we have on the table. Vice Chair, do you have anything? Or I'm going to Member Casterdental.
A quick question, and maybe it was answered because I had to step out for a minute. Before we re-advertise, we're going to wait until we do public comment on this one at a board meeting, right? Because there could be somebody from the public that shows up to that says something, and we're like, oh, wait, we didn't think of that. And so then we could incorporate it versus have to do in like a third iteration.
Right, we would not advertise until the earliest would be August the 2nd, because you will have this on the August 1st agenda.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that that would be in place. Thank you.
Okay, Member Casterdental, other ideas, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the language says backpack, purse, or pocket. Those are the only three that are in the, because you could include other ways to carry the cell phone without a backpack. You could do a fanny pack. You could do a crossbody bag.
That's right.
You could do a lunchbox. There are other ways to put it away and without violating anyone's rights to have their phone, or it doesn't have to just be a backpack. It could, if it's a disciplinary issue, they can have a clear pouch of some kind for the cell phone. So I think there are ways around this without just reverting to a pocket, because I see the pocket as just such access, and it's so easy to be subversive. And if they have to go into a pouch or a pocket or with something zipped, that's one more step that they would have to do. It's not right there. They're not touching it. They're not getting that sense that they are still connected. So we have other options besides just the backpack or a purse. So my 2 cents.
Okay, that's a good observation. In order to do that, we would also have to amend the code to have those other options. So we do, because we only say they can do these things. Yeah, oh, okay, good, yeah. Right, so another possibility is next Tuesday, when we vote on JIC, right? Isn't that next Tuesday? I'm sorry.
August 1st.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, at the same time or between now and then, if the board could come with any other options for where they could keep them. And I heard Member Salamanca mention clear backpacks. Happen to be a big fan of those. It's kind of dropped off our radar screen. But for those, thank you, Member Salamanca. But for those students who we have taken away the right to have a backpack, perhaps what we do is provide them a clear backpack, and they can only carry in it, they can't fill it full of stuff where we can't see. We have to be very specific about that, but that's where they could put their phone. And I really like that idea, Member Castellanos. So I think we could still bring forward a modified code that provides more options but takes away pockets. And I think that, yeah, we can solve it. Okay, we have a plan. Is everybody good with the plan? Yes. Does everybody know what the plan is?
Yeah, we made a side plan, but go ahead.
Okay, we got a plan. Does it torpedo this whole thing, or can we go forward with, the plan is to advertise this right after we vote on this code? Between now and then, other options for where they could have their phone, we need to bring forward.
Make sure we listen to the public before we advertise.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Yes, Member Salamanca.
On the wording, should we just put backpack, purse, or equivalent?
But not pocket.
But a pocket's not an equivalent of a backpack or a purse.
I mean, because then it's clear or not clear, or?
It's not equivalent. It's a very tiny thing compared to that. So
Ms.
just-
Joyner had the language of, carry-all or equivalent, or we can look at something more generic within the office and.
Backpack, purse, carry-all, or equivalent.
Okay.
But not to be confused with the pocket.
not to make, unless your pocket is the size of a backpack.
And it is removable.
I mean, it could be, bag with a zipper. But then you have snap zippers, ties, et cetera. So we can look at other districts and see how that goes.
So
and,
here's the homework for the board. Guys, y'all have homework, okay? Yes. When we come back to talk about revising this policy, we will have had the benefit of hearing from the public on this issue, but we also I want you all to come back with the specific language that you want on whatever it is you want, whether it's the health issue or whether it's the location in general of the designated area, okay? And that way, we won't be putting this all on staff to come up with it. You guys come up with the language, and then we can all, what is it called? When you put a whole bunch of people to write something together, it's called a disaster. But anyway, what's it? But we'll give it a shot, okay? You got it? Okay. We're going to move on. Do you need anything else from us
No,
now?
I think we have that. I also wanted to point out with respect to your, I thought we did, but I just had to go check. With respect to your question about how we're going to change names, like let's say one of our people in our non-discrimination statement leaves, you put into policy, in policy BG, which is your school board policies, a technical change, and it says, it may be deemed necessary to make technical corrections to policies that have already been adopted through the normal statutory procedures. These technical corrections may include consolidation of sections, transfer of sections, combining or dividing sections, renumbering subsections, sections, chapters, and titles. Corrections are additional for grammatical or typographical errors and/or alterations and omissions not affecting the construction or meaning of those sections, subsections, chapters, titles, or policies as a whole. And then it says that we can put it on as a consent item for you. So that would be the way that we would change the name.
You're absolutely right.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot all about that until you were reading it. That's our coverall there. Okay. We're done. We're not voting. We're done. We have a plan. But we're not done. We're done with this. All right, BEDH. Are we taking a break or are we working?
Would you rather see it on the screen or would you rather me just talk you through it? I think I've had individual conversations with each of you. We just need some clarification on the logistics moving forward. But if it's easier for you to see it, I have it.
We're going to keep going? Go. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All these items that I'm going to talk about are on the agenda, so we already have them. I uploaded a number of things onto the agenda, including a template board agenda. Remember, it was you could see it where it's yellow and blue. I have a short one-pager explaining the procedures to the public. I have a longer 3-page document. What has come up as a logistical error, we have met with multiple different departments, district police, video services, IT, communications, school board services, and we have a couple logistical things that I wanted to go over with you. One of them is the sign-up cutoff time. So right now, anybody who wants to speak to at pre-agenda or at a regular agenda item, they have to sign up before the meeting starts. Your direction to us was that you would like to have the ability for members of the public to sign up throughout the meeting up until the time the agenda item is heard, when that begins, or up until the time, with respect to agenda items, or up until the time that the non-agenda public comment period is over, meaning that you might have 10 people that show up and you give them 3 minutes apiece. There might be a little bit of time left. You wanted to give whoever was left in the audience, if they wanted to speak, time. So logistically, that proves, we've received some number, we discussed it a lot. We need to be able to fairly set up the time that each person gets to speak. So logistically, we wanted to receive clarification on when that sign-up period should be over.
Okay. And have you had a chance to talk to all the board members about what your logistical concerns were? Okay. So, Member Ferrant, I think you're first up on this.
Okay, I think we do have to have a set time just from discussion because we don't have an open-ended time for people to come. We have up to 45 minutes. Logistically, we can't let people sign up until the very last minute because of how 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, depending on how many. So I think if we opened the signups for, 15 minutes before the meeting starts and 15 minutes after, you get 30 minutes to sign up.
So right now, we've extended the time to sign up from your meetings are going to start at 5, and we've extended in no pre-agenda. We've extended the time to sign up between 4:30 and 5 instead of 15 minutes before. It's now 30 minutes before because we need to make sure that it's clear. What I really want to make sure that we do is provide clear direction to the public so they understand the little technical things that are changing with this pilot program, and one of them would be helpful with the time. So you could say 4:30 to 5 is when we prioritize, because you wanted that priority in there for those different categories. But if we're receiving them kind of willy-nilly at the end, you can't prioritize them, so they would go to the bottom. But we do need that time. So whether it's before the meeting starts or 15 minutes into the meeting, we could have something in the chair's script that says, if you want to sign up, you have until a time certain or 15 minutes has started. So Does that help?
Could we do something then where you do the 30 minutes prior? If you were to come 5 minutes late, I know we had a couple that happened to them. They came a few minutes late, weren't able to sign up in time. They could sign up, but they're now on a wait list. And if there is time, so we've already prioritized, we already know how many, and if there's a chance for them to be able to speak, they would be able to, but they need to be signing up in that 30-minute window, which is more than, we've been doing 15 minutes. So 30 minutes seems like a lot more time. I think that's gracious enough.
So are you proposing it actually would be 45 because we're going to start at 4:30 and go through like 5:15 after the meeting starts, or 15?
That's what I'm thinking, like, but those 15 minutes into the meeting then would be, you're not guaranteed to speak, you're not being prioritized, and this is just in case we have some extra room. But you really, if you do want to speak, you need to be here from 4:30 to 5, but I understand there are things that happen, or traffic or something. And so that at least they know, okay, there is still like a little chance that maybe they could speak. And I had one more thought about that. Hold on. It's coming. Well, I completely just blanked. I'll come back.
Okay. Member or Vice Chair?
Thank you. So I agree. I'm good with the 4:30 to 5:15. I think it does, and I thought we had discussed that it needed to be time certain. I thought we had discussed not on regular agenda, but on the public comments, that there needed to be some type of schedule because it is a specific amount of time, and we need to be able to work within that. So I'm good with the 4:30 to 5:15, and then, as Member Front pointed out, we will prioritize that first half hour. Anytime after 5, even if it's at 5:01, we will let you sign up. And if we have time, and you'll be counted, right? So if you get here at 5:01 and you put your card in, we're going to say you have 20 speakers, 25 speakers, whatever. The chair does a really excellent job at navigating that and creating space for everybody. But then they're at the end of the list, and it doesn't matter who they are, they're at the end of the list. So I would support that. One quick question. My brain is scrambled. It's been a long day. Did we land the plane on phone calls?
Yeah, we said no telephonic
No phone call. Okay, then I don't need to comment further. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Member Byrd?
I was going to say the 15 minutes too as well, because that allows just those last few scragglers to still get signed up, but I like the idea of putting them at the end. So I'm in agreement with that, 4:30 to 5:15.
Okay. Perfect opportunity for me to ask for clarification. So we have 1, 2, 3. I heard slightly different things, and I want to make sure I'm understanding. So you get here between 4:30 and 5. We're allocating 45 minutes? Is that what we're allocating? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we have 15 people, we have 10 people show up, and we give them each 3 minutes. So that takes 30 minutes. Reality is it does take more than 30 minutes. And what I do is I actually try really hard to write down the time when they started talking and the time when they finished talking, so that I'm giving them that time as opposed to calling them up and stuff. I'm not sure if we can continue to do that because this is now going to be in the middle of our meeting. But so I've got 30 minutes allocated to the first 10 people. And now 10 more people show up. What I think I understood Member Ferrant to say, who first put this out, was that if there's time left over, they will have that time. So I'm envisioning these first 10 are getting 3 minutes, and the second 10, I'm taking the 15 minutes left over, and they're basically all getting a minute. Is that how you envisioned it?
No, honestly, if we think about it, the way we're setting it up, we've got, oh my word, I'm going to forget all my words. Recognitions in the beginning, and then we might hear from a few people. Then we do consent items, and then we hear from the public. That's like, could be an hour that we're waiting. There's plenty of time to figure out how many people are, how many speakers. Really what this is if in the first 30, from 4:30 to 5, if there's 45 speakers come, we give each of them a minute. And then some stragglers come from a little later on, from 5 to 5:15, and they would like to speak. We can say, well, if one of those people doesn't show or isn't available, you're here, you're on kind of a wait list. I guess that's sort of what I'm thinking.
Okay,
But
well,
really,
let me
we
go back
still
to
want to
this example.
prioritize in the
Right.
sense of
Who speaks?
who speaks, but we would ask anybody who's out front and prioritizing, we would like them to just, I don't know, maybe it sounded more confusing. Doesn't matter.
No, I can interpret this different ways, and as conducting this meeting, I don't want to be confused, and I don't want us whatever that meeting is, to all be disagreeing. So 30 people show up before 5. If it were just those 30 people, I'd give them 3 minutes. 10 more people show up before 5.
But
Wait,
we're
not
not
3
gonna
minutes,
tell
because
them.
that would be 3 minutes times 30, so that would be.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, do they get 30 minutes or do they get 45 minutes?
So you said up to 45 minutes for the non-agenda public
Right.
comment.
I'm
period.
sorry, not 30. I'm sorry, not 30 people. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
15 people. 15
okay.
people show up, and that would have taken the 45 minutes. But now another 10 people show up, and 5 people show up, and I do the math over, and I go, now we have 20 people, so now I'm going to reduce the time to 2 minutes for everybody.
But we won't say that until it's time for them to speak.
No, I know, but when it's time for them to speak, you want me to combine the total number of people and allocate the time. Unless we get to the point where there's more than 45 people, and there's only 45 minutes, then I'm going to take them last in, first out.
Yes.
Yeah. LIFO. Yeah, last in gets cut. Okay, I just want to make sure that prioritizing, when you use that term, you're simply meaning, one, that first group we're going to prioritize by, are you a student, period, and we're going to prioritize in terms of the order that we cut if we have to cut. Everybody that likes this on, okay. One other thing I do want to point out, just so we're clear on this. So we're going to take proclamations, recognitions, appointments. That varies how long that can take. It can be very short. It can be, in some cases, up to maybe 30 minutes, but sometimes longer. Strategic plan update, we can have none, or it can take more than 30 minutes. The association reports could take up to 15 minutes. And then we have public hearings. And when we take the public hearings, a lot of times we don't have public hearings. When we do have public hearings, I'm estimating, like, they could be more than 45, but generally they're going to be less than 45 minutes, but 30 to 45 minutes for public hearings. And consent, which we almost never have comments on, but we can. So when I put all that together, I'm saying on average, kind of on the outside, but it happens, 2 hours before we're going to take the non-agenda public comments. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware that these people that came to talk about whatever they wanted to talk about, we wanted them to see recognitions because the board felt that it would be helpful for them to see some of the positive things that are going on, and I completely agree with that. But sitting through all of this and 2 hours later is their time to talk, there's a part of me that pushed really hard at Orange County to try to put the public's comments as early as we could, out of respect for the public. That if they're taking their time and they're coming down here, and that's not their job, it's our job to be here, but they're willing to come, that we don't make them sit through longer than they have to. So personally, I'm a little concerned about the order of things from that standpoint. And I just wanted to put that on the table. We can certainly try it and see how it goes, but I did want to float out there that when we have long hearings or when we have long strategic plan updates, they're going to be listening to it. Be beneficial for them, but they might get really ticked off. Okay. All right, so we have a plan for how we're going to handle that. Now, can we talk about agenda items? Because I think we also I want to make sure we're on the same page. So if it's on the agenda, it's a public hearing, you have written down here, based on board input, that we will take them as long as they're signed in before they're heard. And I'm uncomfortable with the word heard because I don't know if somebody might think that's till the end of the meeting. And if we are going to let them continue to sign up, I would strongly recommend, one, I'm not sure that I would let them wait until the hearing starts, but at the latest, that they're here when we open that hearing. And the reason for that is when we open the public hearing, generally we have a staff presentation that explains what the issue is and what community input we've taken and the background. And I would rather somebody that's going to provide us with input have listened to that so that when they're talking, they're more informed about where we are in this process. And as opposed to them walking in the middle or after there's lots of public discussion going on and they haven't had the benefit of hearing the presentation. So if we do it, they have to just be here by the start. Personally, I think that's the latest we should do. I don't know what that does to you all logistically, but so let me bounce over to.
So logistically, I think we can change it to until that item begins.
Yes.
And I think with respect to a public hearing, the public hearing to me is different than our normal consent agenda because those are proposition before the board. A public hearing is designed so anybody can come in and speak. So I think if you limit it to if you say that you'll accept comments, signups before that item begins, I think that's okay. And that would then hold true also for the consent agenda. So we're talking about the yellow cards here, if you will, the yellow speaker request forms, and that would allow staff to collect those. Logistically, you're going to have staff collecting the blue cards, the non-agenda public comment cards, only until 5:15, but then agenda items could go before the agenda starts. That's going to cause, I think, a little bit of confusion in the public because they're not going to know when they have to be here in time to sign up. So logistically, it would be easier for us to have the same time frame, like 15 minutes into the meeting. It would be the same. It would be easier for us. Otherwise, your school board services staff is going to have to listen and pay attention to when consent starts versus when a public hearing's over. And it just, to me, it makes it more complicated to also then communicate to the public what your expectations are and when they should be here to sign up.
All right, I'm going to go to Member Byrd or Member Gallo in just 1 minute. One other thing I will say in support of that is the extra time that you're giving the public to the point when we begin is so uncertain when that could be that I don't really think we're taking away anything by saying 5:15, because if you really want to be at a hearing, if we get through, we don't have a strategic plan, we don't have many recognitions, and we're flying through, realistically, you need to be here by 5:15 if it's important to you, to be sure you're on the agenda. So I don't think that's hurting the public, but I think it is easier for everybody to understand. It seems to the public to be more fair, and logistically, it's more manageable. So I definitely prefer that. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not, I support, my only concern is with school board services and the amount of time that we're going to have to keep them here. That bothers me greatly. This is just a pilot, and so we'll have to see how it works, and I'm sure we're going to flesh a lot of things out. Things will bubble to the top, and we'll change things, because this is a tad bit confusing even as I'm reading it, and that was not our intention when we were building out this program or building out this new process for board meetings. But I think that if someone wants to come and talk on a consent item agenda, there's a time you can get here, like you get here at 4:30, sign up, and until consent is closed, they can sign up. And if they're not knowledgeable about the item that they're speaking to, we get that all the time already. So I'm not as concerned about that. I think the accessibility is important to the members of the public that wish to speak. I don't think there's going to be a lot of them. I do wish we could find another process on how to take those cards. I understand there's some security issues and whatnot. I spoke to Amy at length. I spoke to Dr. Williams about it. I just, my only angst is having school board services, because there's going to have to be more than one, two of them be here for until consent gets approved, right? That's a long time, and that could be a long night. I mean, we've been here since 10 a.m. So that's what is giving me angst. So if there's any way that we could kind of be innovative and think about another way to handle that, I would appreciate it. But and if for the pilot we need to follow the chair's advice, this is not a hill I'm going to die on. It's not, because I don't want to put an added burden on school board services. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Member Gallo. That was kind of what I was going to say. I know that we are looking at doing an electronic sign up, and we're working on that. So my suggestion would be that we just have a simple cutoff, the same for both of them. Let's make this easier. This is another example of us overcomplicating. I think sometimes we do that a lot. Let's just make a simple cutoff, allow our school board services to collect the cards, prioritize, and be done. Until we can get the electronic, because I'm thinking once we get an electronic system, then we can do that. And then it will be easy for them to continue to sign in, because the system can prioritize and all that. And we don't have to have the manpower here. So I would say let's have a dead cutoff for both for now until we can get that other system.
All right, thank you. I had a couple of changes that I discussed with the superintendent and Ms. Enval yesterday, just some wordsmithing. I don't think we need to spend time on that because it's not a material change. Obviously, we'll be changing.
We'll
part
change
of
the
this
must,
because,
right.
But so while we're all in agreement, let me tell you what I really think. Okay, I thought that, that's probably the best of all possible worlds, because you have to look at what's possible. And another saying, politics is the art of the possible. So what I actually think would have been best would be to wait until we have the electronic, from the standpoint of we're going to be educating the public on how this works. And then, depending, if the electronic thing is 6 months away, then never mind. But if it's 6 weeks away, we're going to be educating them again. So for that reason, my preference would be, if that's around the corner, that we implement all of it at the same time. But I don't know how close we are. No? No? Okay. Well, never. Then I take all that back. I'm sorry for the moments I wasted on that.
Well, and we're about, just so you know, for IT, so we've had Deborah and I have had a number of meetings with IT. We're about 75% complete on the electronic sign-in, and it's kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure. I think we talked about that already. But with this pilot, I'm trying to eliminate or make it as easy as possible for the public to understand what the pilot program is. And then you're exactly right. We're going to have new training and new documents and new information out for when the electronic goes. So we almost need to figure out whether the pilot is working the way you all intend it to go, and then make those changes. I mean, it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse and vice versa. So
good input.
Yep.
Last thought I have on this is how we are going to get the word out. And it was something one of y'all brought up earlier. I think it might have been you, Member Gallo, is people, unless they're actively going to our website, they don't know what's coming up. But we send stuff out from communications afterwards to tell people what we did. And so the idea of telling people ahead of time what's coming up, maybe we use that same mechanism, but I'm quite concerned about that. So can you just walk us through what your thought process
I
on
can.
communications?
So Ms. McGill and I will be meeting this afternoon to finalize whatever documents. We're going to release the agenda for the 25th today. And so along with that is going to come revisions to the website, and that same information put on BoardDocs. It's going to look similar to what is on our what you have already seen with those minor tweaks that we're going to have. We've also worked with communications on a news you can use for employees, and also communication on social media. We do have, because of a number of other activities that are happening this week, we do have a limited communications staff, but they have already drafted some language that's going to have to be tweaked that we can get out there as soon as possible. So that's the communication plan. Does that help?
Okay. Any suggestions board has on that before we adjourn? Okay, if there's
Wait,
nothing, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand completely. Sorry, I just want clarification. So what I heard from you all is anybody who wants to be considered in the priority has to sign up between 4:30 and 5. From 5 to 5:15, they're going in the order received no matter what their priority is. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the other clarification I needed, and that's for agenda items and non-agenda items.
Well, if it's a public hearing, they're still going to get heard.
Yes.
And we're still going to use the same
form
1 minute
acceptance.
to 3 minutes,
Yes.
depending upon the number.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, I'm not, since we do, out of the first 30 minutes, we do take those cards in the order they come.
Mm-hmm.
So if there wasn't enough time for the people that arrived in the first 30 minutes, the last people during that 30 minutes, we would still not be hearing.
Right.
Which means...
Yes, so just so I'm understanding, the priority is going to the people that sign up between 4:30 and 5.
Yeah. So if 50 people sign up between 4:30 and 5 for non-agenda, we're going to hear from 45 people for 1 minute each.
If 15 people...
If 50.
50, yes, exactly right.
Right.
You just have the time limit of up to 45 minutes.
My only point in that is I don't think that there's really a difference in the priority, because if you're...
I think the priority I was speaking to is the prioritization of whether you have 3 categories of individuals. So you have category 1, which is your parents, employees, students, teachers, and then category 2 was Orange County residents, and category 3 was non-Orange County residents.
That's why I walked through with the board what we meant by priority. And that wasn't what I heard from anybody. So is that what we meant? Yes. Okay. So if you get here after 5, we're not going to sort you by what you are.
It's order received.
Okay. Glad you brought that up.
And then one more clarification. Sorry, I'm buzzing myself. One more clarification, right? What I heard from you all is you wanted the non-agenda public comment period to be held after consent. On your upcoming agenda I just want to make sure and I asked you this at the bottom. I went back and rewatched the meeting. I asked you this at the bottom at the end of the meeting. At our next meeting on the 25th, we have 7 or 8 charter school issues that are going to be on non-consent. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. The placement of it would mean you would have your non-agenda comment period, and then you would do the non-consent items. So anybody who's here for the non-consent items has to sit through that whole non-agenda public comment period. And that would be also, I just want to clarify, that would also be any student discipline issues that might be taken off the agenda, or any other items that might be taken off of the consent agenda.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. This was a document that my office worked on. So my office means Kelly and I. So it's just so that you can see. I'm sorry, it's not up there. Okay, you all. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, the yellow is where the public will speak on public hearings, and the black is, and it's black. It's darker. Yeah, it should be blue. That's where we would hear from the non-agenda, the folks that normally would have spoken from 4 to 5. And then we're going to take the non-consent. Somebody is always going to get pushed to the back. Yeah. We'll try it. Yeah.
This is why it's a pilot.
Yeah.
It looks so good.
Yeah. I know, but Ms. Enval just wanted to make sure that nobody came and said, wait a minute, what happened? So So, good.
We ain't gonna be saying nothing.
I will be shocked.
You're never shocked. All right, we're good? Anything else, Ms. Enval? Dr. Vasquez, anything else? We're good? Okay, good. All right.